Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call all participants to the seat in front as we are going to proceed with our opening session soon. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We wish to respectfully inform you that the opening ceremony will be starting shortly. In the interest of ensuring the smooth proceeding of this session, may we kindly request all distinguished delegates to ensure that your mobile devices are set to silent mode. Announcing the arrival of His Excellency Tan Sri Datuk Dr. Johari bin Abdul, President of IPA 2024-2025 and Speaker of the House of Representatives of Malaysia.
Tremble, voices rise, we shape our future, wise and proud, from every sea, a vision shared, to build a world where all of us are heard, from halls of the power to fields we sow, together we drive to every low end.
All distinguished guests, please rise for Negaraku. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to begin with and to bestow divine blessing upon our assembly this morning, let us now join together in a prayer. For that, I would like to invite Encik Muhammad Muzammil bin Khairul Anwar to lead us in the recitation of the dua.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, all praise is due to Allah, Lord of the worlds. We thank you, Ya Allah, for allowing us to gather here today in peace and in good health. We ask you to bless this second tripartite forum, guide our hearts and grant us clarity and sincerity in our intentions. Ya Allah, you are the source of all knowledge and wisdom. Please enlighten our minds, purify our intentions, and allow our discussions to be beneficial and productive. Help us to work together in unity and respect, to listen with humility, to honor each other's ideas and perspectives. Let our discussions be filled with understanding, our decisions shaped by fairness, and our goals aligned with purpose and integrity. Guide us to what is right and just, and protect us from errors and misunderstandings. Place blessings in the time we spend here, and let the outcomes of this forum bring goodness and benefit to all. Dear Allah, unite our hearts, strengthen our collaboration, and grant us success in both this world and the hereafter. Make this gathering a source of positive change and a means of earning your pleasure. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar. Our Lord, grant us goodness in this world and goodness in the hereafter, and protect us from harm and your punishment in this life and hereafter. Ameen, Ameen, Ya Rabbal Alameen.
Amin, Amin, Ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you to Encik Muhammad Muzammil for the recitation of the dua. May today's ceremony commence with blessing, continue with the abundance of grace, and conclude under the mercy and forgiveness of the Almighty. With that, I shall begin with Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and Salam Malaysia Madani. His Excellency Tan Sri Datuk Dr. Johari bin Abdul, President of IPA 2024-2025 and Speaker of the House of Representatives of Malaysia, Her Excellency Architect Siti Rozai Marianti Datuk Haji Abdul Rahman, Secretary General of IPA, Professor Tetsuya Watanabe, President of Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia Area, Ms. Juki Hong, Executive Director, ASEAN Business Advisory Council, ASEAN BAC, Honorable IPA Member Parliaments, Excellencies, Government officials, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second Tripartite Forum with the team Bridging the Gap, Ensuring Affordability, Reliability, and Sustainability in Renewable Energy. To commence the session, I would like to invite Her Excellency, Architect Siti Rozai Morianti Datuk Haji Abdul Rahman, Secretary General of IPA, to deliver the welcome remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. His Excellency Tan Sri Datuk Dr. Johari bin Abdul, President of IPA for the year 2024 to 2025 and Speaker of the House of Representatives of Malaysia, Honorable Wong Chen, the Chairperson of the Economic Committee for the 46th IPA General Assembly and the Chair of the Select Committee on International Relations and Trade, Honorable Datuk Husaini bin Abdul Rahman, the Chief Administrator of the Parliament Malaysia, Ms. Juki Hong, the Executive Director of ASEAN Business Advisory Council, Malaysia, Honorable IPA members, panel speakers, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. It is an honor to welcome you to the second Tripartite Forum, jointly organized by the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly, the House of Representatives of Malaysia, and the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia area. After its meaningful start in Brunei Darussalam that was last year, this second forum in Kuala Lumpur marks our continued effort to create stronger synergy between policy, governance, innovation, and investment, turning regional ambition into practical progress. The theme, Bridging the Gap, Ensuring Affordability, Reliability, and Sustainability in Renewable Energy, captures one of ASEAN's defining challenges. Rapid growth and urbanization continue to rise energy demand, and yet progress must not come at the cost of our environment or future generations. Achieving balance among affordability, reliability, and sustainability is not only a technical issue. It also requires coherent policy, sound financing, and political will. 2 months ago, at the 46th IPA General Assembly, held here in Kuala Lumpur, we adopted a resolution on strengthening ASEAN Parliament's role in ensuring sustainable and fair energy security. It reaffirmed that legislative action is essential to establish enabling laws, promote equitable access to energy, and guide our nations toward renewable and low-carbon futures. This focus aligns closely with Malaysia's ASEAN chairmanship for 2025, particularly the priority economic deliverable on creating an inclusive and sustainable pathway. Renewable energy is not merely an environmental agenda, because it lies at the heart of ASEAN's economic resilience and inclusive development. The forum builds on both political momentum and practical need. It represents parliamentary diplomacy in motion, where commitments evolve into structured cooperation among parliamentarians, governments, and the business sectors. Through this process, we are shaping an ecosystem that bridges ideas and implementation, linking policy with innovation and investment to deliver the real outcomes for our region. Yet, as promising as these efforts are, the challenges remain immense. Transitioning the renewable energy demands not only new technologies or financing models, but also new ways of thinking and collaborating across sectors and borders. The complexity often lies not in what must be done, but in how we align political priorities, regulations, and societal expectations. And in this context, it may be worth asking, are we viewing the energy transition merely as a challenge to be managed, or as an opportunity to rethink how our societies produce, consume, and govern energy. As we reflect on that particular question, 3 priorities come into focus, and each shaping how ASEAN can move toward a balanced and resilient energy future. First, affordability. Renewable energy must not be a privilege. Clean energy solutions should remain within reach of households, communities, and business alike. Second, reliability. Transitioning to new systems should not compromise stability. Our grids must remain secure, predictable, and responsive to domestic and regional needs. And third, sustainability. It requires policies that balance development with environment responsibility, keeping growth within what our ecosystems can support. These 3 priorities form the foundation of this forum. The Tripartite Forum embodies ASEAN cooperation. It brings together those who legislate, those who implement, those who innovate, and those who invest, and each vital in turning principles into practice. By aligning national frameworks, mobilizing resources, and opening pathways for emerging technologies such as hydrogen energy, smart grids, and carbon markets, ASEAN can move toward a more integrated and future-ready energy landscape. Allow me to express my appreciation to you, Tan Sri, and to the Secretariat of the Parliament of Malaysia for your continued support in advancing IPA's cooperation agenda. Despite just hosting the 46th IPA General Assembly just last September, with over thousands of delegates, you continue to extend your full support to IPA's activities and to the promotion of parliamentary dialogue and cross-sectoral engagement. I also would like to wish YB Wong Chen. From the moment this idea of Second Tripartite Forum was first presented, you and your team have been a driving force, offering support and helped transform the forum from an idea to reality. My sincere thanks also to IRIA for its steady collaboration and policy expertise, having supported both the inaugural forum in Brunei Darussalam and again this year in Kuala Lumpur. And I hope this partnership will continue to grow in the years ahead. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, what begins here today will resonate far beyond this room. These ideas we exchange and the partnerships we build will illuminate ASEAN's path toward a clean, affordable, and reliable energy future that benefits for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, let us watch the video presentation by Professor Tetsuya Watanabe, President of Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia Area, delivering his remarks.
His Excellency Tan Sri Dato Johari bin Abdul, President of IPA 2024-2025 and Speaker of the House of Representatives of Malaysia, Her Excellency Al-Siti Rozaimeriyanti Dato Haji Abdul Rahman, Secretary General of IPA, His Excellency Tan Sri Razi Nazak, Chairman of ASEAN BAC 2025, Excellencies, distinguished guests and speakers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It is a great pleasure to join you at the Second Tripartite Forum. My apologies that due to conflicting schedule, I am unable to be with you in person. Let me begin by extending my sincere appreciation to the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly, IPA, and the House of Representatives of Malaysia for jointly convening this timely forum. I wish to commend His Excellency Tan Sri Dato Johari bin Abdul, President of IPA 2024-2025 and Speaker of House of Representatives of Malaysia for his exemplary leadership in advancing parliamentary collaboration in the region. I also want to commend Her Excellency Al-Situ Rozai Mary Yanti, Dato Haji Abdul Rahman, Secretary General of IPA, for her outstanding guidance and dedication to strengthen IPA framework. I also wish to acknowledge the commitment of parliamentarians, policymakers, industries, leaders, and experts who have gathered here today. ASEAN's energy demand is set to more than double by 2050, driven by industrialization, urbanization, and digitalization. While renewable energy is growing rapidly, geopolitical tensions, trade uncertainties, financial and regulatory barriers, and differing readiness among member states make a fair and inclusive transition to net zero our collective challenges. Recognizing the need for regional collaboration to achieve net zero emissions, Asia Zero Emission Center and the area contributes to ASEAN's just and inclusive energy transition, as highlighted in the Asia Zero Emission Community Leaders Joint Statement on 26 October in Kuala Lumpur. Furthermore, area is partnering with Malaysia in advancing transition finance and voluntary carbon market framework with ASEAN Capital Market Forum. The energy transition is the shared responsibility requiring coherent policies, financing, technological innovation, and active public-private engagement to ensure all ASEAN communities have access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy. Today's forum is an opportunity to identify practical solutions, strengthen synergy across sectors, and translate insights into tangible outcomes that will carry ASEAN renewable energy agenda forward. AREA is very honored to be a partner in this effort and remains committed deepening cooperation with IPA and all ASEAN stakeholders to advance a sustainable, resilient, and prosperous energy future for the region. Thank you.
Thank you to Professor Watanabe. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Juki Hong, Executive Director of ASEAN Business Advisory Council, to deliver her remarks.
His Excellency Tan Sri Dato Dr. Johari bin Abdul, President of IPA 2024-2025 and Speaker of the House of Representatives of Malaysia, Her Excellency Architect Siti Rozai Marianti Dato Haji Abdul Rahman, Secretary General of IPA, YB Wong Chen, honorable members of IPA parliaments, Excellencies, government officials, distinguished business leaders, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Now, first of all, our chairman, Tan Sri Nazir Razak, is away and he sends his apologies that he's not able to be with you this morning, and I'm honored to represent ASEAN back this morning. Nevertheless, selamat datang to all of you joining the second Tripartite Forum here in Kuala Lumpur, where the Malaysian government just finished hosting the 47th ASEAN Summit and related meetings. And under the economic pillar, we at the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, ASEAN Bank Malaysia, also hosted the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2025, which had over 2,000 participants just last week. Our sincere appreciation to IPA for the continued collaboration with ASEAN Bank. And congratulations to our appreciation to the House of Representatives of Malaysia, IPA, and AREA for their strong partnership in co-hosting this year's forum. In particular, I would like to acknowledge Her Excellency YB Yanti, this is more affectionately known, at least for us, a dear friend who is also the chairman of ASEAN Back 2021, and that's during COVID. It was really challenging that she had to host everything online. And my congratulations to her for her steadfast leadership and unwavering commitment, which have been instrumental in strengthening this tripartite collaboration that unites parliamentarians, policymakers, and the private sector. I think this is quite revolutionary. So congratulations to YB-ANTI. Now, today's gathering builds on the success of the first tripartite forum held in Brunei Darussalam last year in June, co-hosted by IPA, ASEAN-backed Brunei, and APEC-backed Brunei. That inaugural event demonstrated the value of synergy between legislative bodies, policymakers, and business leaders in shaping ASEAN's future. It reaffirmed that inclusive growth can be achieved through collective engagement and shared purpose. Now, in today's multipolar world, an increasing fragmented environment, a platform like this tripartite forum, is more important than ever. Geopolitical tensions, energy disruptions, and economic uncertainties are reshaping global and regional dynamics. In such times, dialogue between the legislative, policy, and business communities is imperative to avoid silos. Often, recommendations by the private sector needs policymakers for their support to push them through. This tripartite forum and this tripartite approach allows us to align policy intent with business realities, narrowing the gaps of fragmentation that exist both at the national and at the regional level. Now, as I understand, today this forum will explore several key themes that are central to ASEAN's development agenda. Energy security amid shifting global dynamics, financing mechanisms and investment barriers, pathways to ASEAN's net zero ambitions, and technological innovation driving renewable energy solutions. Now, these discussions reflect ASEAN-backed commitment to supporting a resilient, sustainable, and future-ready ASEAN. In fact, ASEAN-backed Malaysia's 2025 chairmanship priorities, we have rolled out several initiatives such as the ASEAN Common Carbon Framework, ASEAN Sustainability Reporting Advocacy Collaborative, ASREC. We've also set up the Malaysia Carbon Market Association. And at the recent forum, we've also featured 2 dedicated panels on sustainability, and that includes energy transition. So ASEAN-backed reaffirms our belief that a successful energy transition must be, like I mentioned by YB-ANTI, affordable, reliable, and sustainable. And it can only be achieved through multi-stakeholder collaboration. I have to share this with you. I recall YB-ANTI helping us by submitting a series of reports to on sustainability to the then AEM chair, ASEAN Economic Ministers Chair, in 2021, Dato' Amin Liu. And I'm very glad that, thanks to your support, that you have even taken this far beyond 2021. So thank you very much. So let us use this platform to share practical insights, strengthen partnerships, and identify actionable steps that can bring us closer to a greener, more inclusive ASEAN energy future. In closing, I'm confident that this forum will deepen cooperation and generate tangible pathways for regional progress. On behalf of ASEAN-BAC, I congratulate all partners, speakers, and participants for your invaluable contributions and continued dedication. And I wish everyone a very productive and inspiring forum ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Joo Ki-hong. Honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor and privilege to respectfully invite the President of IPA 2024-2025, His Excellency Tan Sri Dato' Dr. Johari bin Abdul, to deliver the keynote address.
I love this song. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning to everyone. Her Excellency, my friend, Architect Siti Rosa Marianti, Dato' Haji Abdul Rahman, Secretary General of IPA, Professor Watanabe, who is away today, unfortunately, Juki Hong, the Executive Director of ASEAN Business Advisory Council, ASEAN Bank Malaysia, Wabi Won Cheng, the Chairman of Select Committee on International Trades and International Relations, Dato' Dr. Ahmad Hussaini Abdul Rahman, Chief Administrator of the Parliament of Malaysia, Honorable IPA Members of Parliament, my colleagues, Your Excellencies from the embassies and high commissions, government officials, business leaders, students from universities, and ladies and gentlemen. Alhamdulillah. It is indeed a great honor and privilege to welcome all distinguished delegates and esteemed participants to second Tripartite Forum this morning. The global energy landscape is evolving rapidly, and rising geopolitical tensions are reshaping trade, and the stability of supply chain faces unprecedented challenges. By 2050, ASEAN's economy is projected to become the fourth largest in the world. This growth will inevitably bring a surge in energy demand. The lesson is very, very clear. Energy security today is no longer defined solely by supply. It is equally shaped by diversity, innovation, and cooperation. The Tripartite Forum comes at a most opportune time. It represents exactly what the future requires, whereby lawmakers, policymakers, and the business sector works hand in hand. Parliaments provide the vision and the laws. Governments ensure effective implementation, and of course, business bring in investment, technology, and innovation. As President of IPA for 2024-2025 term, Malaysia has sought to strengthen the parliamentary dimension of regional energy cooperation. Under our presidency, IPA adopted a landmark resolution on strengthening ASEAN Parliament's role in ensuring sustainable and fair energy security, as mentioned by Madam Secretary General just now. Allow me to cite an example in Malaysia, whereby since July 2025, the Parliament of Malaysia, where you are sitting today, has operated a 1.5 megawatt rooftop solar photovoltaic system, ranking among ASEAN's pioneering high-capacity solar installation within a parliamentary complex. This system will generate around 1.9 gigawatt hours of electricity every year, reduce 1,465 tons of carbon emission annually, and save approximately 1 million ringgit in electricity costs. When I came in, we talked about this many months. I mean, I was here as an MP for 15 years. So we keep on talking about this energy saving, we're talking about emission. But I said, why don't we start with Parliament of Malaysia? We show the world we must walk the talk. Seminars after seminars after seminars. But nobody does anything. So Alhamdulillah, I thank the Minister of Economy, the Minister of Energy, and finally we managed to install what we are today. So we are saving good money, but the most important thing is that we walk the talk. As with every ASEAN nation, our greatest challenge is not aspiration, but execution. Here lies the critical role of parliaments to ensure that the laws we pass are clear, transparent, forward-looking, and that our oversight guarantees accountability, consumer protection, and the people-centered progress. Another key challenge lies in the implementation of the ASEAN regional power grid. The success of the regional grid will depend on establishing a framework that clearly defines both the opportunities and the funding mechanism it offers. Only then can our regional energy integration be not just interconnected, but inclusive and fair. May I congratulate the Secretariat, IPA, and the team for gathering these experts and people with knowledge, and also students. Whatever we do today, whatever we decide today, they are going to be recipients. We can talk, we can debate, we can decide. But the future generation, the young men and the young girls of ASEAN nations are going to grab this and they're going to proceed with this. So that's why in future, I believe programs, we should be inviting more young people, students, academia, to get involved in this kind of discussion. Because they have to be involved. Because the world is theirs for tomorrow, and ours was yesterday. So in closing, I wish to extend my deepest appreciation to IREA, the IPA Secretariat, and the strategic partners for their unwavering support and commitment to this initiative. So on behalf of the Parliament of Malaysia and ASEAN Inter-Parliamentary Assembly, I hope this forum will spark new collaborations, generate innovative ideas, and renew our collective faith in ASEAN's ability to lead with freedom. With that, I wish you all good luck and look forward for beautiful, beautiful resolution soon. Thank you very much, and may God bless you all. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to capture the moment, we would like to invite honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to stand closer to the center for a photo session with His Excellency, the President of IPA 2024-2025.
Of the power that fills with song. Together we drive through every low and forest in every nation. We make the choice and we drive in God. region. We lead the drive. Solutions are born, different kinds. If you need it, we should own. For peace we fight and progress to unfold. From halls of the power to fill with soul. Together we try through every.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. For your kind information, the next session will start in about 5 minutes. Kindly allow some time for the Secretariat to arrange the setting.
Tremble, voices rise, we shape our future, wise and proud. From every sea, a vision shared, to build a world where all of us are heard. From halls of the power to fields we sow. Together we drive through every low and voice in every nation. We make the choice and we try. In governance we stand for a stronger region. We lead the drive. Solutions are born, different kinds. If you need it, we should own. For peace we fight and progress to unfold. From halls of the power to fill with soul. Together we try through every low and voice in every nation. And we try, in governance we stand for a stronger region. We lead the drive. Through dialogue we find our way, and every bill a brighter day. From policy to every thought we live. Together we drive through every low and voice in every nation. And we try. In governance we stand for a stronger region. Say we lead the drive. Say we lead the drive. future, wise and proud. From every sea, a vision shared to build a world where all of us are heard. From halls of the power to fields we sow. Together we drive through every low and voice in every nation. We make the choice and we drive. In governance we stand for a stronger region. We lead the drive. Oh, 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 solutions are born, different kinds. With unity, we shape our own. For peace, we fight and progress to unfold. From halls of the power to feel we sow. Together we drive through every low and voice in every nation. And we try, in governance we stand for a stronger region. We lead the drive. Oh, oh, oh,
Honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seat as we are about to start the first session in 2 minutes. Thank you.
in every bill a brighter day. From policy to every town we live. Together we drive through every low and voice in every nation. And we drive in governance we stand for a stronger region. Say we need to drive. Tremble, voices rise, we shape our future, wise and proud. From every sea, a vision shared to build a world where all of us are heard. From halls of the power to fields we sow. Together we drive through every low and voice in every nation. We make the choice and we drive. In governance we stand for a stronger region. We lead the drive. Oh, 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 born, different kinds. If you need it, we shaped our own. For peace, we fight and progress to unfold. From halls of the power to fill with soul. Together we try through every low and voice in every nation. We make the choice and we try. In governance we stand for a stronger region. We lead the drive. Through dialogue we find our way, and every bill a brighter day. From policy to every thought we live. Together we drive through every low and voice in every nation. And we try. In governance we stand for a stronger region. Say we need to drive. Say we need to drive. Chamber, voices rise, we shape our future, wise and bright. From every sea, a vision shared, to build a world where all of us are heard. From halls of the power to fields we sow. Together we drive through every low and voice in every nation. We make the choice and we drive. In governance we stand for a stronger region. We lead the drive.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seat. We are about to start the first session. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. To start with the first session this morning, I would like to invite on stage the moderator, Honorable Wong Chen, Chairperson of the Select Committee of International Relations and Trade, Parliament of Malaysia. Next, I have the honor to invite the panelists to take their seat on stage. Please welcome His Excellency Kut Chandra, Member of National Assembly of the Kingdom of Cambodia. Honorable Parvana Valieva, Member of the Milli Majlis of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Madam Siti Safina binti Saleh, CEO of the Energy Commission Malaysia. And Dr. Han Pao Min, Senior Energy Economist Area. Ladies and gentlemen, the title of the first session is Energy Security in an Uncertain World, Reducing Dependence in Times of Geopolitical Tensions. Without further ado, I will pass the floor to the moderator, Honorable Wang Chen. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, MC. Excellencies, honorable members of parliament, I see we have both opposition and government MPs here. Distinguished delegates, experts, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to everybody and welcome to the first session of the IPA Tripartite Dialogue. It is my honor to moderate this important discussion on energy security in an uncertain world, reducing dependence in times of geopolitical tensions. Today we convene at a time when global energy systems are under significant strain. From geopolitical rivalries to supply disruptions, to the challenges of clean energy transition. These dynamics remind us that energy security is not merely an economic issue. It is deeply intertwined with national sovereignty issue, regional stability, and our collective resilience as a global community. As ASEAN and IPA members, we share a common responsibility to strengthen our regional energy cooperation and to diversify our energy mix and accelerate innovation towards sustainable and secure energy future. We're going to play catch up today, so we're going to try and accelerate the whole thing. So let me quickly introduce the panelists first. Honorable Kut Chandra is a member of the National Assembly representing Phnom Penh and serves in the Commission for Public Works, Transport and related sectors. He's also part of the Cambodian Association of Parliamentarians for People and Development, CAPPD, focusing on youth affairs. Previously, he was Under Secretary of State at the Ministry of Environment and Deputy Chief of Cabinet to the Deputy Prime Minister, holding master's degrees in Strategic Tourism Management from France and Business Administration from Thailand. Ms. Parvana Valieva is a member of the Milli Majlis of Azerbaijan, representing the ruling New Azerbaijan Party and serving on the Health and Foreign Relations Committee. With over a decade of experience in civil society and policy reform, she has led initiatives on health, sustainable development, and climate action, including co-founding the Environmental Protection First Coalition and serving on the COP29 Organizing Committee. Recognized by the UN as a 2025 Global Changemaker for Parliamentarians, she continues to advance evidence-based policy making and global cooperation through her advocacy and published research. Dr. Han Pao Min, the Senior Energy Economist at ERIA, has over 20 years of experience in energy policy, environmental management, and economic development across ASEAN and East Asia. His work focuses on sustainable hydropower, renewable energy, energy efficiency, energy security, and supported by his expertise in applied econometrics and policy analysis. Since 2013, he has served as an APAC energy security expert, led numerous regional energy projects, and joined the Energy Policy International Advisory Board in 2022. Last but not least, our Malaysian panelists, Puan Siti Safina binti Saleh, holds degrees in Information Technology, Business and Public Administration from Multimedia University, University Technology Malaysia, and also Harvard University. She has extensive experience in telecommunications, digital economy, and investment sectors, including leadership roles at Khazanah National and board membership at VCAP Asset Managers. After serving as CEO of My Power Corporation, she was appointed Chief Executive Officer of the Energy Commission or the Suruhanjaya Tenaga on 19 February 2025. Thank you everybody for joining us today, and we hope to have a really exciting and clean and open sharing experience. So let me just say, I'll set the tone first. This session seeks to address some core challenges of our time, how nations, how each of you individually, from Azerbaijan, from Cambodia, from Malaysia, what are you doing to secure more stable, affordable, and sustainable energy while reducing dependency on external sources? We'll be exploring, geopolitical dimensions, strategies, balance of energy transition, and national resilience. So, we're going to start straight away with my honorable friend from Cambodia. So I'm going to ask the first question. Everybody gets the same first question, by the way, followed by a second question. So let me start by asking this question. From your perspective, Honorable Member of Parliament, what key challenges have emerged at both national and regional levels from this shift, these geopolitical shifts, and how do they affect the region's long-term energy security? Mr. Kun Chandra, Honorable Kun Chandra.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. First of all, on behalf of the National Assembly of the Kingdom of Cambodia, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to IPA Secretariat, the Parliament of Malaysia, and EOIA for hosting this vital forum. And it's my privilege to be here, especially with Honorable Chairman. This is the second time under your leadership. The first time at the IPA Economic Committee. So thank you for your previous leadership. And again, your question here is very important to us, Cambodia, as the same as our region, ASEAN. The geopolitical tension we witnessed today create a real vulnerability for all nations, but especially for developing economic. In this complex landscape, Cambodia firmly believes that our collective response must be rooted in sovereignty and mutual beneficial cooperation. So we must be strong locally, but we have to be together as a region, as ASEAN. Like we say, for ASEAN resilience, so we have to be together. But also we have to be strong at our local, our nation. This principle is the bedrock of true energy security. The question is not just how we manage dependence, but how we strengthen it. The solution, I think, will lie in a fundamental shift from a fragile system reliant on external source to resilient on power by our own source and regional unity. We must build this on three pillars, I think. First is diversify with homegrown renewable. We must aggressively harness the power we already own. For Cambodia, this means we scaling up solar, exploring wind power, we leveraging sustainable hydropower. Every megawatt we generate from our sun is a megawatt we do not have to import. So like we no need to import coal for electricity, we have our sun. This is the most direct path to independence. Second, I think we decentralize for democratic resilience, meaning that a resilient system is not one massive grid. It is a many smart grid. Rooftop solar like the Parliament of Malaysia did, and community microgrid. This harden our infrastructure against disruption and empower our citizens, ensuring the equality transition. The third one is the integrate regionally. Like I said, that we have to unite it. We have to work together. No single nation is energy independent, but a connected ASEAN is energy resilient. The ASEAN Power Grid is our shared strategic insurance policy. When one nation has surplus, it can support our neighbor in deficit. This is how we present a united front against external volatility. As a parliament, I think we have to work together, legislate for certainty. You have to pass a clear, stable policy and regulation framework that de-risk investment and attract private capital. We have to budget for the future, so prioritize national budget that support grid modernization, research in emerging technology, and workforce retraining. That's why I said that we have to be strong at our local, and also we have to work together. The last one, we have to foster the regional consensus. So use a platform like IPA to champion the rapid implementation of ASEAN Power Grid and harmonize our energy standard. I think to conclude that geopolitical tension shaping global energy market are a marked warning, but they are also our great opportunity. An opportunity to pivot decisively toward an energy future that is through our own power, by our own sun, our own wind, our own water, and our own collective will. We have to have a will together. Yes, so let's work together and build ASEAN that is not massive player in global energy game, but a confident, resilient, and sustainable energy community.
Thank you so much for that. I'm supposed to ask you the second question, but I think we should allow everybody to answer the same question first, and then we come back to you for your real question on Cambodia. So I would like to invite Ms. Pavana, to give your point of view to the first question, just to recap a little bit for your convenience. National and regional issues, and also how do you affect the long-term security issues? Of course, you're not part of ASEAN, you're from Azerbaijan. So, perhaps you can describe the regional challenges in your area too. Thank you, please.
Thank you very much for giving the floor. Her Excellency Architect Siti Rozaim Merianti, Dato Haji Abdul Rahman, distinguished speakers, honorable parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, let me first deliver warm greetings on behalf of Azerbaijan Parliament to you. It is an honor to speak at this important gathering at Malaysian National Parliament, and today's topic is very important, as my colleague said. By the way, I have my own concept on this issue, so maybe it will be long because Mike is our foot as parliamentarians. Yeah. In recent years, geopolitical instability, political tensions, market volatility, price fluctuations, environmental issues all have created significant challenges for both producers and consumers of energy, and it makes energy less affordable and less reliable. It is essential to remember that energy security is not only about power plants and grids. It's about people, our people's lifeline, their well-being. I just look through around ASEAN parliamentary resolution on energy. It also emphasized that energy security is not about only affordable electricity, but it is a pillar of human security and sustainable development. Clean air, sustainable cities, affordable electricity all contribute to human security and their well-being.
Also, when we are talking about transition from fossil fuel to green energy, there should not be inequality. ASEAN commitment to inclusivity ensure that energy transition does not deepen inequality. It is also aligned with Azerbaijan's vision for green growth with social justice. In this regard, I think that, first of all, to achieve affordable and reliable and sustainable energy, every country should have its own national level energy security, regional level energy security, and also global energy security contributions, and vice versa. For national level energy security, it is very important, of course, to have some resources and to generate electricity energy. For this purpose, we need good institutional basis. I mean, legal frameworks in order to have good state support programs, then tax exemptions, concessional loans, subsidies for green technology. For example, law on energy efficiency, as Azerbaijan, we adopted this law. The second, public-private partnership is very important. Fostering public-private partnership, we can attract internal investments, SMEs, small and medium enterprises, also apply innovation in order to have affordable and reliable energy supply. Secondly, regional level energy security is very important because we believe that energy security is deeply connected to peace, regional stability, regional cooperation, and economic growth. As Azerbaijan, we're playing active role in promoting this idea that peace is very important for energy security. As ASEAN interparliamentary resolution also resonates that energy security cannot be achieved in isolation. There should be a regional approach. We should foster coordinated regional approach, multi-stakeholder partnerships between governments, between parliaments, and also private sector. And global level energy security is very important. We take some global commitments. There are some global mechanisms that urge countries, that call upon the countries to have sustainable, affordable energy security through sharing, innovations, green technologies, as well as finance for just transition. As you know, Azerbaijan successfully hosted COP29 last year. And Azerbaijan is now building on this experience to have global dialogue on just transition, fair transition, and also energy security. COP29 presidency developed its own initiatives that based on first global stocktake to triple energy, renewable energy, and double energy efficiency by 2030. We also had 3 flagship initiatives on energy security. First is global energy storage and grid pledge. To expand, it aims to expand energy storage capacity, modernize it by 2040, and include many countries, member states, joined this pledge, including Malaysia, Cambodia, Singapore from ASEAN region. Second is green energy zones and corridors pledge. It also aims to promote to have more international clean energy routes and corridors. The third is hydrogen declaration. Global hydrogen declaration also aim to have a production from hydrogen, hydropowers, to achieve net zero emissions, carbon emissions. It also joined by more than 120 member states and also non-state actors, and including Indonesia, Cambodia, and Singapore. All these global efforts, global commitments will help to create global dialogue in order to have equitable and sustainable energy. That is also complement to ASEAN's vision 2045 that is about energy. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. The Honorable Pavana did tell me that she wants to speak a bit longer on this issue, and then she'll have a shorter answer for the second question. So I'll just move on to Ms. Siti. Don't feel that you have to talk a long time on this particular issue, because the first question is really for more the politician and the policymaker. So let's have your view on the issue of regional stability and grid. Siti?
Sure. Thank you, Abi Wong. And thank you very much to IPA and the organizers for inviting me on this panel. Obviously, I'm not the politician here. So we are, the Energy Commission is the regulator, and we basically focus on regulating more of the system in peninsular Malaysia. So Malaysia's energy system comprises 3 parts. We have, which are currently not connected. So Peninsula is one part. We have another part in Sarawak and another part in Sabah. Currently, there is already ongoing efforts to connect between Sarawak and Sabah. And of course, there are ongoing efforts to connect the remaining parts of Malaysia as well. So the role of the regulator in all this, right? First and foremost is, for us, the regulator is actually quite important to ensure that we set the right regulations that enable the implementation of the policies that have been set by the government. And to enable those policies, we do need certainty in regulation. Certainty in regulation will do 3 things. One is to ensure that technically, and energy security at the heart of it, the heart of the question, right? Technically, we do not compromise the existing system that we have, and we start to build for a different sort of system, which is more incorporating the energy transition strategies or renewable energies integrated within the system. Second is to ensure that the regulations are also economically resilient, and that means that it is fair, it is equitable, and at the end of the day, it's really about delivering to the consumers, because we must always remember the energy transition. Energy at the heart of it, it's really about the consumers. So what is it that the consumers need, and what are the consumers' requirements? And third, of course, we must ensure that the energy also fulfills the requirements in terms of all the commitments that we have made as a country, and therefore sustainability, GHG emissions commitment, and so on. So the regulator is very critical in order to ensure that the regulations are certain, and provide certainty to the investments that will be brought into each country, so that we can all be able to realize this vision. So I think that that's the core role of the regulation. And essentially, let me zoom into the question, which is about energy security. We can talk about all the other stuff, but energy security specifically. I think there are 3 things that we see currently. Number one is, because of geopolitical changes around the world, it is very challenging when it comes to trying to plan. So planning now has to take into account the complexity of the changing landscape with regards to the supply of energy or resources that we need for energy. I'll give an example. So we all want to build more renewable energy, right? And for Malaysia or Peninsular Malaysia, the majority, we are very much solar-centric. So a lot of what we will need to build is really around bringing in solar panels. So now we need to understand what the disruptions within the solar panel supply chain. And we know that 90% of solar panels come from one particular country, which is China. Yeah, that's the reality of it. Then we know that solar is intermittent. So we need to pair that with battery energy storage. So battery energy storage, if we're talking about lithium battery, again, 90% actually comes from one country. Okay, so that's one important element that we need to look at. As we develop more of the renewable energy, then we need to think about how do we supplement the system to ensure that there is sufficient, stable baseload supply. So for Malaysia, our policy is very clear. We are not going to build any new coal power plant. So that means that stability of supply provided by coal will now need to be provided through other energy sources. So for us, the strategy is actually to depend on, or actually to move or shift to gas as the transition fuel in this case. However, to build the gas, new gas power plants that we need to build, gas turbines, I would say that probably about 60% comes from the US, maybe about 30 to 40% comes from Europe, and the remaining actually comes from Japan. Those are the three large gas turbine suppliers. So, you know, there's a kind of a shifting, a kind of different landscape or perspective that we need to understand in order to have that security of the supply chain, to be able to provide for the gas or develop the gas that we need in the country. And of course, when we talk about the gas itself, the fuel itself, right? The LNG. In Malaysia, we cannot depend solely on our indigenous or domestic gas. We know that over time, it will start to reduce in terms of the volume. And so therefore, we will need to start to look at supplies that will come from other countries. Of course, that means that we will be exposed to a lot more of the LNG market, and we will need to understand how the geopolitical tensions also affect the LNG prices, the LNG supply, and so on and so forth. So all of that now features into how we look at energy security. That's the first one. The second one is, how do we therefore take all of this into consideration when we actually do we've shifted actually, rather than just looking at one element within the energy planning to multi-elements. So we call that integrated planning. So we look at that from fuel all the way to the end. And then we update it looking at two parameters. The first parameter is the resilience, and the second parameter is really the cost, the options, and also the economics of those options. And we look at that over, and we now do it more regularly. In fact, we've been reviewing it every 6 months, updating almost on an annual basis, as opposed to 3 years, a few years ago. But now we see that it's quite important to ensure that we incorporate all this on a more regular basis, so that we take into account the changing dynamics, both on the demand and supply side, because it's fundamentally important for energy security. And we look at that, the planning in terms of 3 horizons. The short-term horizon, what's going to happen in the next 1 to 2 years. So we have more visibility and certainty on that. We look at it from a medium-term horizon as well, pretty much around 3 to 5 years. So what's going to happen, and that's when I talk about, supply chains, etc., what's going to evolve around that. And then we look at it on a long-term horizon basis as well, 10 to 20 years, to make sure that we have the options of pathways that will enable us to achieve the policy goals and commitments that have been set out by the country. So for us, we are at the heart of trying to implement every single policy in a strategy that will actually work for the country and ensuring energy security at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I think we're going to, we started this entire thing about 45 minutes to an hour late. So we are playing catch up now. So for Dr. Han, I think we go straight into the question that was designed for you. Yeah, so perhaps you can answer this from a policy perspective. What strategies and approaches do you see most critical for ASEAN to strengthen its energy security?
First of all, very good morning and thank you so much, Excellency Chair. I think the speaker already highlighted very nice background. I think that's very important. But when we talk about energy security, I think it's important to understand the context and the way we design our system to be more resilient. ASEAN as a group, if you look at energy system, I think we much depend on fossil fuel, around 70 or 80%. And two main important indicators is when you look, we are, in terms of energy intensity, the way we produce our GDP per unit of energy input, we're still very high energy intensity compared to global average. We are much higher. In that case, I think there are opportunity that we can improve further. That is also the opportunity for investment in terms of energy efficiency. And second indicator is about the emission intensity. That I think the key challenge because of global climate narrative that each country of ASEAN, I think, commit to a commitment. In that case, I think also the energy intensity is much higher in terms of compared to global average. In that case, it's telling us that we still rely on fossil fuel. And of course, when we look at the whole of ASEAN, though some of the countries used to be net exporter of, let's say, natural gas or oil, suddenly they become more import dependency. And if you look at whole ASEAN, we become more import dependency. And in that case, how are we going to design our system to be more secure? In a traditional way of energy security, when we talk, we rely on oil and natural gas. We build stock to respond during time of shock and disasters. But I think we talk here is about more resilient in terms of diversification of our supply. The way we use our energy more efficient in terms of reduce our economy and toward more cleaner. In that case, I think technology is quite important. But it's not overnight, because the way we're going to transform our energy system, it's mean now we whole system already locked into the, let's say, fossil fuel power generation that lock in, let's say, 25, 30-year contracts. If you build a new system, I think it's going to cost a lot if you're going to push all the current system into constraint. And then that's why transitions is quite important to ensure that affordability. Because unlike Europe, they has been transformed so long that their energy system easy to switch to cleaner. But for our energy system, we're going to pay double. If we are going to put our asset to be a strain asset, we're going to pay two systems. Of course, renewable other is quite important when we talk about power grid and others. But you need to understand that how this kind of intermittent renewable can work, because you need also to build up battery storage and backup system. And of course, that is the way we go, because ASEAN are endowed by the resource such as hydros, solar, and wind. If we are going to cut the dependency in terms of fuel import, I think the best way is to go for renewable. But how to transition is the more important. And when we need to do, I think it transition in a way that affordability should be the focus. Otherwise, I think the competitiveness, the more important, because we need to export also. If the energy cost becomes so expensive, I think we are less competitive. So ASEAN may need to work as a group, and the security-wise, I think we're no longer one country can be more secure, because ASEAN as a group give us a security. We have to build on that and trust, and ASEAN Power Grid is a starting point. I think let's do on that. And then I will discuss more about this in the later. I'll stop here, for Excellency.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, time management is a very important thing to me, because I do want to have my coffee later. Let's try to finish this by 10, latest 10:40. All the panelists here are ready to speak more, but I'm going to restrict them to about 2 to 3 minutes, the crucial points that they want to deliver. Yeah? So let's start with the Honorable Member of Parliament from Cambodia. 2 to 3 minutes. If need be, if we have time, we will open up for questions, but I think we can do that during the networking where it's better. Yeah? Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair. My last 2 or 3 minutes is for security, energy, in terms of Cambodian perspective and what we have already done. Our minister just mentioned yesterday that now it's about 60% of clean energy, which is provided into our national grid. So we did focus and work hard on renewable energy, and we build a lot of hydro, and we are focusing on solar power and biomass, and we will go on with the wind energy. So like Dr. Han just mentioned, that we have no choice, but we have to work both in the traditional energy by fuel or coal, but we have to move or to jump in the renewable energy also. So we work hard to reduce those, let's say, dirty energy who pollute the environment. But we also have to make sure that our new step is still reliable for supply the energy to the demand. So in Cambodia, we experienced the blackout in 2013 and 2015, but after that we managed to secure the energy. And talking about dependence from import energy, now we reduce less than 20% that we import from our neighboring country. So again, we have to be strong locally, but we have to work together as ASEAN. So Cambodia are ready for our own energy supply and make our clean energy supply, but we are ready to. We are also ready to work with ASEAN country to make this region energy resilient and reliable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Pavana.
About my perspectives.
Your perspective, anything that you think you really want to share with people in the 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay, Parliament's role in taking this role is very important. As I said, strong legal frameworks is very important. For example, in Azerbaijan, we adopted energy efficiency law, and with this law, we encourage as a state to have more green technologies. We provide subsidized grants, concessional loans to private sector. Also, it provides strengthening, fostering private-public partnerships. Also, we have land tax exemption if you develop green technologies in one land. So you have a complete land tax exemption up to 30 years. Also, we have urban and construction code where all constructions should comply with green technologies as well as energy efficiency. Also, we encourage with legislation to have clean energy in road lighting, and also using solar panels in in households, private houses. This is also have some legal regulations. All these tax exemptions. Also, we debate in budget negotiations about green technologies. We encourage all these, our governmental bodies, private sector, to have very good cooperation. Parliaments play a very important role, also identify legal barriers for internal and external investments in renewable energies. We identify policy gaps and we prepare new laws. We amend our laws to encourage, to motivate this green electricity, green transition in our country.
Thank you. Madam Siti Safina?
The energy transition, resilient and equitable, affordable, secure energy transition cannot be achieved alone. I think we all need to work together on many fronts. And second, it's very important that we understand technically, in fact, that a larger grid is always better than a small grid. So there will be some level of interconnections that really need to be implemented, that really need to be built so that we can help each other. In fact, I can share with you about 2 weeks ago, humbly, I mean, even Peninsular Malaysia faces some problems and issues. We had 15% down, off the grid due to a large power plant failure. But what helped? You hardly ever hear, much problems. Maybe half an hour blackout is already a problem for us in KL. But essentially what helped was Singapore actually helped to support from south, and Thailand also supported us from the north. So we thank Singapore and also Thailand as well. But that shows how it's important to see that regional interconnectivity is actually very important for a resilient energy security of supply. Overall, I would like to recommend that if you have a regulator in your country, please support your regulator. It's a very, very complex and challenging landscape at this point in time. Please help to understand the regulator's perspective in trying to balance and harmonize the three parties as well, the industry, and sometimes, policy wants you to accelerate, but the system is not ready. And at the end of the day, everyone wants to make sure the lights are still on. And I think finally, just my final word on this is, I think we should all support each other in terms of the pace of our own energy transition within the region, because we should really understand that everyone has different contexts, different challenges, and we will try to support where possible. And I think on the regulator side on that as well is we harmonize the regulations where we can. Let's collaborate. And in fact, what we've done in the Energy Commission this year is actually we've started the pilot program for an ASEAN School of Regulation, which we've brought in all the ASEAN entities that are looking at regulation, and we will continue that annually over the next few years. Inshallah.
Okay,
thank you.
Very good. Dr. Han, I'm going to give you a bit more space because you spoke a little bit short. He's a super technical guy. It's quite obvious.
Thank you so much, Excellency. I think the more important for the region as a group to move together for energy security, I think we need to mobilize enough capital to transform our energy system in a way that become more resilient. I think the IEA put around 190 billion investment need capital toward 2035 only. And for power grid alone, for ASEAN, we need to mobilize around 30 billion per year up to 2035. It's a huge money investment gap. And we see that what need to make this investment become reality? I think maybe IPA can help, I think, to push each of ASEAN member states, because it takes too long for ASEAN power grid to move. First, we understand that for any electricity trade, you need a regulator, a regional regulator. Of course, you need a system planner, where the system optimization, but you need a regional regulators. Each of ASEAN member states, the issue is they have their own system challenges. They have subsidy. They have many problems, grid instability and other. Of course, those I think can grid upgrading in terms of investment on grid. I think investors are willing to invest. But if you invest in international grid across, for example, from Laos all the way to Singapore to Malaysia, investors ready to invest. But if the grid build, the electricity go just one way, because the return from those investments, because of the electricity trade, the more you trade, they will get return. Otherwise, you underutilize the facility, the grid. In that case, I think we need to understand that the electricity trade will be important for investors to predict their return of their investment. If the electricity just flow one way based on our agreement, I think that is only one-way trade. Electricity has to be traded during the peak of the demand. So in that case, allow the grid of ASEAN will become stable. Of course, at the same time, we understand the complexity, like a subsidy that need to provide. I think area has introduced a layer market to understand each country of circumstance. At the same time, you can allow ASEAN member states to trade at the peak time. In those cases will be, I think, a very new way of looking how to protect national sovereignty of each country, at the same time allow ASEAN to trade. But I think we need to move from the comfort zone. ASEAN, each of the utility had to move fast and from their comfort zone to make sure that how to get electricity trade, you need to have one single rule, and how each country after that you align your rule to this international regional trade. We call deregulation. I think that can be done, but I think we need to have a very strong political commitment. And when we talk about investment, I think this is the most profitable investment. But as long as there are no clear regulation, they will not invest, because the grid will not be utilized in that case. And I think, after all, I think we need to work very, both technical and the regulation side, I think need to move hand in hand. And of course, we can achieve the energy security, because more of the oil dependent now, I think we look at all the energy system. I think on transportation side, you now roll out quickly on EV. EV can use electricity. And when you talk about hydrogen, hydrogen also can electrolyze from electricity. If electricity comes from renewable, I think you have the more 100 hydrogen. So I think then we cut down a lot of import that we rely mostly 60 or 70% import from the Middle East. I think in that case we become more energy resilient as the group. And we need to work more together. I think with the help of IPA, perhaps we can force each of the utility of each country to move faster. I stop here. If you have any questions specific, I'm happy to respond to you. Thank you, Excellency.
Okay, thank you so much. We are out of time because we are still catching up. So I have 5 more minutes to wrap up. Please approach Dr. Han later during the networking session and all the panelists here for further discussion. So let me just quickly summarize. First, His Excellency Kun Chandra talked about homegrown solutions, smart grid, integrated regionally, and his full commitment for some sort of ASEAN working together. So thank you so much for that. Round of applause for Kun Chandra. And then for Honorable Pavana, it was very nice to listen to your view, especially you represent the youth, I suppose. But sharp and talking about taxation, subsidies and all that. She talks really about sustainability issue, that this should be a people-centric approach. And the greatest thing I learned from her today is the mic is the food for the politician. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to use it. As for Siti Safina, she's of course a regulator, and she gave her perspective very strongly about describing Malaysia's position regarding Peninsula and Sabah. She also talked about how important it is to really look at the integrated supply chain vis-a-vis geopolitics, and also, most importantly, regional interconnectivity, describing how Singapore and Thailand came to our rescue when we had a short 3-hour break. And also, most importantly, don't scold the regulators, scold the politicians. Okay. And lastly, Dr. Han gave the big picture that we need to really focus on ASEAN grade, that this transition is not going to be cheap, right? The affordability issue, that I think we will have a discussion later. To me, his push for regional regulator, that means every one of us sit down and look at it. That is an excellent idea, but we have, this industry of ours, this energy producing industry, tend to be quite opaque, lack transparency, and the margins are humongous. I think all countries in ASEAN need to sit down and rethink themselves what is an appropriate margin for the producers of this energy. And if it's like a 4 or 5% margin, is totally acceptable, return on investment. Then when we get those numbers down, we can talk about regional regulators really working hard and try to help each other. And not use the energy as an item to compete against each other. I mean, we do understand Vietnam has power cuts, Cambodia sometimes from time to time. That shouldn't be an advantage to Singapore or Malaysia to have more stable electricity. We need to get the entire region green and green energy. So on that note, I want to thank all my panelists for a wonderful discussion. And thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honorable, and please remain on stage for the next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite on stage Her Excellency, Architect Siti Rozai Marianti Datuk Haji Abdul Rahman, to present the token of appreciation to the panelists. I would like to call upon His Excellency Kut Chandra, Honorable Parvana Valieva, Madam Siti Safina binti Saleh, Dr. Han Pau Min, and our moderator, Honorable Wong Chen. Thank you, Your Excellencies and Honorable panelists. Honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the second session will start in 5 minutes, so you may want to have some coffee still available at the back, while the Secretariat will make some preparation for the next session. Thank you. Honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will start the session in about 3 minutes. Hope to see you back at the venue by 10:56. Thank you. Honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated as we are about to start the second session. Okay. Hi, Doctor. Yes.
So basically, the original schedule is that we should end by 12 noon for lunch, right?
That's right.
So should I try to keep to that timetable?
How long actually your estimated presentation?
Original schedule is I think 75 minutes, but supposed to start at 10:45, but because there are only 3 speakers, so actually can be cut short.
I think we can adjust from here.
Yeah, if
for
there's
the
a lot of
panel
conversation,
discussion.
then we continue. If not, then I'll just end as per the original schedule.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, kindly return to the venue as we are about to start the session now. We hope to see more of you at the venue. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome back for the second session with the title Climate Crossroad, Accelerating Action Toward Net Zero Emission. Without further ado, let me have the honor to invite Dr. Han Po Min, Senior Energy Economist Area, to deliver his keynote remarks.
Very good morning. Her Excellency Architect City Rosai Mary Janti Dato Haji Abul Rasman, the Secretary General of IPA, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it's very great pleasure today that I have an opportunity to address these remarks. As you know that as we move and we meet here in Kuala Lumpur, the energy security remains a central concern for the ASEAN economic, social resilience. Despite our strong commitment to cleaner energies, around 80% of Southeast Asia total energy demand continues to be met by fossil fuel, and coal still generate about half of the region's electricity. Oil and coal each account for roughly 1/4 of total energy use, while gas provides another fifth. This means that energy security is no longer just about supply availability. It must now encompass affordability, sustainability, and resilience in the face of geopolitical and supply chain disruption. ASEAN energy landscape faces what we call triple challenges. First, the growing demand from rapid industrializations, urbanization, and mobilities. Second, the decarbonization to meet our carbon neutrality goal by 2050. Some countries set beyond that in affordable ways. And geopolitical exposure, particularly through maritime choke points like the Strait of Hormuz, Malacca in Singapore and Malaysia, which carry much of our oil and LNG trades. Any disruption there could ripple across our entire region. Furthermore, most ASEAN countries still hold emergency oil stock well below the IEA standard 90-day benchmark, leaving us vulnerable to global price shocks. The path forward requires just, orderly, and affordable transitions. The ASEAN power grid will be the backbone of our regional resilience, enhancing reliability and enabling renewable energy trade. With the current 7.7 gigawatt of cross-border capacity today, ASEAN needs to move more than double this capacity by 2040, supported by ADB, World Bank Initiative, and private sector participations. At the same time, energy efficiency must be ASEAN first fuels. Stronger regional standard for appliance, industrial heat, and building can immediately reduce demand growth and lower import dependency. Scaling renewable and managing fossil fuel risk, solar and wind power are poised to dominate new capacity addition alongside hydropower in the Mekong region and flexible resources such as battery storage and demand response. ASEAN abundant critical minerals such as nickel, tin, and rare earth elements will play a strategic role in global clean tech supply chain, provided we ensure that ESG standards will be met and can be traceable. Meanwhile, for existing fossil fuel assets, transitional solutions such as ammonia and biomass co-firing, carbon capture, utilization, storage, and methane abatement can help reduce emissions while preserving system reliability. This transformation requires hundreds of billions of dollars in investment for this decade, particularly for grid, renewable, and efficiency measures. Blend finance, carbon market, and transition-aligned taxonomy can lower capital costs, while clear regulation and policy certainty are critical to attract investors and maintain momentum. Allow me to conclude with the 5 key messages. First, energy security today means resilience, diversification, and cooperation. Second, energy efficiency is the first fuel and it pays back quickly. Third, the ASEAN power grid is the backbone for reliability and renewable integration. 4, oil and gas risk must be managed through diversification of supply, reserve, and electrification. The fifth, the more important, is finance and policy certainty that will need to ensure that the ASEAN can realize all this transition. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, AREA stands ready to continue supporting all ASEAN member states with research, scenario analysis, and capacity building activity in close partnership with IPA, ASEAN Center for Energy, ASEC Center, and to help realize a more secure, sustainable, and resilient energy future for ASEAN. Thank you so much, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Han Pao Min. Next, for the panel discussion, allow me to introduce our moderator for this session, Dr. Christopher Len, Visiting Senior Fellow and Acting Coordinator, ISIS Yusuf Ishaq Institute. Will accompany him on stage today are our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Honorable Datuk Haji Ahmad Amzad bin Muhammad Elias Hashim, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Environment, Science and Plantation, Parliament of Malaysia. Honorable Dr. Sai Bandis Raspon, Vice President of the Lao National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LNCCI, Member of the National Assembly of Lao PDR. Mr. Louis Ng, Senior Fellow of Tara Climate Foundation. Without further ado, I will pass the floor to the moderator, Dr. Christopher Len. The floor is yours.
Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers and colleagues. Welcome to Session 2 of the second Tripartite Forum. The Session 2's theme today is on Climate Crossroads, Accelerating Action Towards Net Zero Emissions. We gather today in Kuala Lumpur amidst both rising ambition and persistent challenges in our region's energy transition. This session aims to spotlight how the global urgency for climate action is transforming national priorities and accelerating the drive towards net zero emissions across ASEAN. Today's discussion will delve into critical strategies, innovative technologies, and policies being advanced by our countries and institutions. Our aim is to foster a practical, insightful exchange on what it takes to ensure an energy future based on affordability, reliability, and sustainability. So we are trying to catch up with time. I will try to keep this session tight. So without further ado, allow me to introduce our accomplished speakers. On my left, we have the Honorable Datuk Haji Ahmad Amzad bin Muhammad Hashim, who's the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Environment, Science and Plantation, Parliament of Malaysia. He previously served as the Deputy Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation in 2 consecutive administrations. And then further down the line, I'd like to introduce the Honorable Dr. Saibandith Raswan, Vice President of the Lao National Chamber of Commerce and Industry and member of the National Assembly of the Lao People's Democratic Republic. He is a member of the Planning, Finance and Audit Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee, and he is also the President of the Association of the Lao Garment Industry. And then finally, we have Mr. Louis Ng. He's an Associate Professor at NUS College in Singapore and a Senior Fellow at the Tara Climate Foundation. He was a Member of Parliament in Singapore for 10 years and chaired the Government Parliamentary Committee for Sustainability in Singapore's 14th Parliament. Okay, so let me begin by addressing a question to all 3 speakers, right? Across ASEAN, national pledges to achieve net zero emissions reflect high-level political commitment, yet progress on the ground remains uneven. Bold climate targets have inspired optimism, but the path forward is still filled with significant hurdles, including economic, institutional, and technical barriers. As we set the stage for deeper dialogue, I would like each of you to share your perspective on the following question. So from your perspective, what is the biggest barrier keeping ASEAN from accelerating its journey towards net zero? I'd like to invite Dr. Ahmad Amzad to go first, followed by Dr. Saibandit, and then finally Mr. Ng. Please.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Still morning, isn't it? Thank you, Mr. Moderator, my esteemed panelists. Climate change is reshaping global priorities and accelerating the urgency to achieve net zero emission. Accordingly, Malaysia has demonstrated an increased commitment to climate action by updating its nationally determined contribution, setting a more ambitious economy-wide target for carbon intensity reduction. The country now aims to reduce its carbon intensity to relative to gross domestic product GDP by 45% in 2030 compared to its 2005 level. In line with this ambition, a long-term low emissions development strategy is being developed to guide the realization of these aspirations. Notably, 45% reduction is entirely unconditional, meaning the commitment towards the target regardless of external financial or technological support. This represents a significant 10% increase in ambition from Malaysia's previous submission, underscoring a greater national urgency to decarbonize its economy this decade. The updated NDC enhances national commitment scope by expanding the coverage of greenhouse gases, GHG, and addresses 7 major greenhouse gases, namely carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, alongside the 4 high-potency fluorinated gases, hydrofluorocarbons, perfluorocarbons, sulfur hexafluoride, and nitrogen trifluoride. So as far as Malaysia's effort towards net zero emission, we constantly reaffirm our dedication towards global climate action and pledge to achieve net zero emission as early as 2050. Besides, Malaysia actively pursues the transition to a greener manufacturing industry, intending to decarbonize Malaysia's industries through the implementation of energy efficiency and waste management measures, CCUS, rapid RE and technology adoption, and robust regulatory framework. We also incorporate all this effort in our industrial master plan, and IMP 2030 has outlined push for net zero as one of its key missions, while National Energy Transition Roadmap has identified approximately 1.2 to 1.3 trillion of funding required by 2050 by Malaysia's energy transition. You ask me what is the major hurdle we have. I think funding is a very big issue. We are talking about trillion. I think for the first round there is enough. Okay?
Yes, Dr. Sabandi, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chris. So good morning to everybody, Your Excellencies, Honorable, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Lao delegation, I'm very happy to be part of this second tripartite forum in Malaysia. This is my great honor to be here and contribute some of our view. for Laos. As a member of ASEAN states, we have pledged bold climate target with ambitious plan to achieve a net zero emission. The progress yet varies widely. ASEAN fast-growing economies face the dual challenges of ensuring affordable energy access for millions while balancing growth and sustainability. For the Lao PDR, vulnerability to climate change remains a critical barrier due to the geographic and geophysical characteristics and limited adaptive capacity. The country is highly exposed to floods and drought as the most significant threat. In the 2018, floods affected over 600,000 people across the country, with total damage and losses about $371 million, equivalent to the 2% of the GDP of the 2019. To respond to the Lao PDR has adopted the National Adaptation Plan Action 2009, the National something happening with my the National Climate Change Strategy 2010, the Climate Change Action Plan for Lao PDR 2013-2020, and successive NDC 2021. On top of that, the Lao National Assembly has endorsed the 9th National Socio-Economic Development Plan 2021 to 2025, emphasizing stronger weather and disaster monitoring. So early warning system and measure to reduce greenhouse gas emission in accordance with the nationally determined contribution or NDC targets. However, the biggest barrier across ASEAN, including Lao PDR, remains limited to financial resource, as Dato' just mentioned, and technology transfer. I think on top of that, there also lack of adaptive or adequate and integrated policies for the region, as well as the acceptance of the and understanding of the communities, which is very important for this one. So we need more PPP, public-private partnership, as well as a private investment in this sector to attract and secure this funding, so that most climate adaptation and mitigation funding relies heavily on the public source, ODA and other development assistance. Lastly, I think, which is important as well, is the regional stability and peace are also very important. The regional integration, regional policy is very crucial as well. And we need also to strengthen our ASEAN power grid, as the previous speaker has mentioned. Thank you for this first question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ng. Thank you. And again, thank you so much for IPA for organizing this tripartite forum and a strong focus on renewable energy. So I sort of see there's 3 gaps, both again having served as an MP for the last 10 years, chairing the Government Parliamentary Committee for Sustainability, and now seeing things from the academic perspective and the work at the Tara Climate Foundation. And I would say there's 3 things we need to do really is legislation, a roadmap, a more short-term roadmap, and coordination. So legislation, we're heading in the right direction. So in Singapore, we had our Carbon Pricing Act in 2019. I know Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines have their climate change bills that are coming up, and of course Indonesia with the Renewable Energy Bill coming up as well. So I think legislation is crucial. That sets the foundation of our society, and there needs to be a bit more legislation on climate change issues. Second really is our roadmap. So we have our NDCs, we have the low emissions development strategies. Those are a little bit more long-term. I think moving forward, it would be good to have some short-term roadmaps as well. And that's what we did in Singapore with our Singapore Green Plan 2030, which set as really near-term targets rather than more longer-term. Of course, our net zero target is 2050, but then we set more nearer-term targets for 2030 that we'll achieve. And I think setting shorter-term roadmaps is a bit more understandable for the public when you say something within the next 5 years rather than say something within the next 20 years. And I think the third thing that's very much needed that many of us have spoke on really is coordination. So there's the ASEAN Power Grid that we're hopeful that will finally take foot. But I think coordination and more meetings like this where we have not just parliaments meeting, not just NGOs meeting, all working in silos, not just business leaders meeting, but I think we can achieve a lot more and a lot more faster if all of us get together and there's synergy in what we're doing. And I think, again, IPA can take the lead. A lot of arrows flying to IPA in these first few hours. I hope Secgen and Deputy Secgen Putri where's Putri? Somewhere around, but taking notes. Lots of arrows flying today, but I think, again, IPA is in a unique position to coordinate, get everyone together. And that's a unique role. Not just bring parliaments together, but now bringing the 3P, the people, the private, and the public together now in one room to discuss this very important issue.
Thank you, Mr. Ng, for giving such a clear message. I think from coherence and synergy, it will enable the region and the countries to unlock the finance and also to facilitate technology transfer and also having a more sort of uniform approach towards achieving the net zero goals. Having short-term roadmaps would be very helpful. And in this regard, I think this is something that's worth examining for IPA to help every government look into how they can actually achieve their NDC targets. So now let's move on to the second segment of this panel, where I will ask tailored questions to the individual panelists. The obstacles the three speakers have identified actually reflects the complex cross-cutting nature of this transition. Overcoming these challenges requires moving beyond aspiration towards coordinated and sustained action, both nationally and regionally. So turning net zero ambitions into reality demands robust policy frameworks, innovative finance, and closer cooperation among governments, businesses, and civil society. To explore practical approaches, I have a tailored question for each panelist, drawing from your expertise and national context. So my first question is for Datuk Ahmad Amzad. Malaysia's adoption of the Carbon Capture, Utilization and Storage Act marks an important milestone in strengthening its policy and institutional framework towards net zero emissions. In your view, how can this progress further accelerate Malaysia's path to net zero and, looking ahead, contribute to deeper regional cooperation in shaping a sustainable energy future? Doctor, please go ahead.
We need better battery. CCUS is a very interesting subject since Malaysia has been an oil-producing country for quite long, since 1970. We have oil field in the offshore of our East Coast peninsular states like Terengganu. So a lot of this oil field is emptied now. So we have sort of like what we call it natural big tank and proven. So last year we have made a very important progress with regards of CCUS. Our parliament approved a bill on CCUS, meaning that we are going towards that direction. It is still new, but we hope that it is going to be accelerated because there are a lot of demand in order for us to achieve this our ambition on decarbonize. And also, not only for Malaysian carbon, we are also receiving a lot of inquiries from in the industrialized states, which is interested because our oil field, eastern part of Peninsular Malaysia, it is free from all this earthquake, everything, and very safe. So, by having this CCUS, we are expecting that we can not only decarbonize, but also to promote more industry to coming to eastern states, because of course by doing so, investment in these eastern states will enjoy better tariff, everything with this. So we are looking forward to cooperate with anybody in making it a success story. But still, I don't think worldwide whether there's any that we can really make a benchmark on this initiative. But we believe in CCUS. That's my response to the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So basically, with the CCUS opportunity, you can also attract new industries and also, I suppose, enhance cooperation with your neighbors, right? You mentioned that this is still new, and I think this is something definitely Singapore would be interested in, because this is something that our government has spoken about a number of times.
But still, it will cost a lot of money.
One step at a time.
We need to find ways to make money off of it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so my next question is addressed to Dr. Saibandi. Your country has made remarkable progress in hydropower development, positioning itself as a key energy exporter in the region. From your perspective as both a member of parliament and a representative of the business community, what insights can you share in terms of your country's experience in hydropower development? And how can its current approach continue to support the country's path towards net zero emissions amid emerging risks and challenges?
Yes. Dr. Chris, you're asking a very hard question. Well, but I will try my best to elaborate a little bit on this experience from Laos. So Laos, PDR has significant green energy, such as hydropower, solar, and wind energy recently in the last 5 years. Hydropower, we have been developing it for more than 30 years now. The government policy and strategy is to produce and export hydropower to the ASEAN growing demand. Mainly, we export our electricity, about 95% of our production is export to our neighboring country. So, of course, it will contribute to the reduce and resilience of the fossil fuel, ensuring that energy and stability, security generating for the revenue in Laos. Currently, we have about 63 hydropower plants, both small size, medium, and bigger size, which one of them is maybe number 2 in Asia, which is called the Namturn 2 hydropower. At the moment, we have the capacity of 5,172 megawatt generation. The government of Laos also has promoted and sustainable hydropower, guided by the law on electricity, which is amended in 2017, and which require projects to safeguard forests, soil, water resource to align with national development and sustainability goal. Laos PDR also has made a bold and commendable commitment to reducing greenhouse gas emission by 60% by 2030 towards achieving net zero greenhouse gases emission by 2050, as many of our ASEAN counterparts. The main mitigation measures include hydropower and enhancing energy efficiency and advancing clean transport, Our country target is to reach 13 gigawatt of installed hydropower capacity by 2030. Laos, inside, has some hydropower development. We think it is very complex. It's not an easy one so far from our experience. It's a long-term endeavor that must balance economics, social, and environmental imperative. Our current, more major approach is one of integrated river basin management, where energy generation, climate resilience, biodiversity conservation, and community livelihood are planned together. So we really seeing from a different perspective, not only just generation, just making money, making revenue, but also now to see the surrounding. Again, hydropower is a launch pad for our net zero future. It provides clean foundation, the grid sustainability, and the revenue to invest in the next wave of renewable. By continuing to refine our model with a sharp focus on sustainability, climate resilience, our regional cooperation, we are confident that our hydropower-led strategy will empower both our national development and our contribution to the regional and global climate solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sai. Okay, so I think the key takeaway for me when you were talking is the importance of balancing the need to produce energy with environmental considerations. It's not just energy security is not just about the ability to produce energy, but in today's context, it's framed within the climate agenda, and sustainability is a very important dimension of it. So now I will put my final question for Mr. Ng. ASEAN's pursuit of net zero emissions demands not only political will, but also active collaboration across sectors and institutions. Beyond the main drivers of this transition, how can other organizations, including research institutions, civil society, and climate-focused foundations, play a stronger role in bridging policy and practice to accelerate the region's shift from ambition to implementation?
Thank you, Chris. So, I think as I mentioned, the three gaps, the final gap really was the coordination part, which is crucial now. Again, as we often see in the meetings, we have NGOs meeting by themselves, you have business leaders meeting by themselves. A lot of our parliaments meetings also with politicians only. And I guess the gap is how we can bring everyone together in the same room to talk about the issue of climate. And so think tanks have a big role to play. I think ISIS is a good example where they've done a very good climate perception survey of all the ASEAN countries. They've a ton of questions that they've asked our voters out there. They've got a perception out there. They're doing the report, I think, in a couple of weeks' time on the trends analysis. And now is how they bring their good work into the policy arena, into the public arena, and again, using that report to gather everyone. Same with the foundation. With Tara Climate Foundation, actually, we're not an advocacy group. We're a philanthropic group. In the last 2 years, we've given up about $130 million in funding. And I came in because I saw that gap. Actually, I was going to retire from politics, right? Until I met the CEO of Tara Climate Foundation, who was sharing the work that they do with me. And again, I saw that we were giving a lot of grants to a lot of the think tanks, to NGOs, but actually, what about engaging parliaments? And so from retiring from politics, I came back into politics after my retirement to really see the power of convening people. So the same coordination point that I raised, that Tara, the foundation, will now focus on convening people into the same room to try and bring the climate agenda to the forefront. And I think, again, if we can achieve all that, working together, there are great things that we can.
Thank you very much, Luis, for your views. And thank you also for introducing the survey that my institute does. It's actually called the Southeast Asia Climate Outlook. It's been done on an annual basis between 2020 to 2024, covering the public attitudes of the general population across all 10 ASEAN countries. We look at climate change, energy transition, food security, and we ask the general public what their views are on this. And some of the key takeaways are very interesting. For example, their recognition on the importance of taking climate action, and also their recognition on the need to pay for taking action. So I would highly encourage all of you to visit our website to download the report. We have an upcoming 5-year synthesis report that's coming up, which will be launched next month, end of next month, and you can visit my institute's website to sign up for the webinar. Okay, so enough of myself. I think I will move on to the final segment of this panel, which is a discussion about the importance of collaboration. Right. Our discussion today brings home the message that regional cooperation is not just desirable, it's indispensable if ASEAN is to truly advance towards net zero. Collaboration must be more than a slogan. It needs to become a concrete everyday practice, especially as we move from setting goals to delivering results. So for my closing question to all panelists, looking ahead, what is your aspiration for ASEAN's net zero journey? And what critical factors do you see as necessary to accelerate regional progress? I'd like to invite Dr. Ahmad Amzad to go first.
Thank you. We stand today at a genuine crossroads. Climate change is no longer a distant threat debated in academic papers. It is reshaping economies, displacing communities, and forcing nations to fundamentally reconsider how we power our societies. Malaysia, like many nations, has declared our commitment to net zero emissions. But declaring a destination is not the same as charting the course to reach it. I want to speak candidly about where our climate ambitions risk falling short. And more importantly, where we must focus our efforts to deliver real, measurable progress. Allow me to be direct. When we speak of achieving net zero emissions by 2050, we must ask ourselves a hard question. Does the public believe us? More critically, do we believe ourselves? A net zero target 3 decades away sounds ambitious, but without telling Malaysians especially when our national emissions will peak, and without a concrete schedule for transitioning away from coal-fired power, such promises ring hollow. It is like announcing you will arrive at Kuala Lumpur by evening, but refusing to say when you will leave Penang or Terengganu, or which highway you will take it. Similarly, we must be cautious about leaning too heavily on carbon offsets as evidence of progress. Carbon credits can play a role, but only if we establish robust safeguards against double counting and ensure that the reductions they represent are genuine and permanent. Without strong governance, collaboration, carbon markets risk becoming elaborate accounting exercises that allow emissions to continue while creating an illusion of action. The Malaysian public is increasingly sophisticated and greenwashing, and rightly so. There is also common misconception that electrifying private cars will solve our transport emission challenge. While electric vehicles matter, this narrative overlooks the reality of Malaysian transport. Our emissions profile is shaped more significantly by buses carrying workers to factories, by motorcycles weaving through kampung roads, and by freight trucks moving palm oil and manufactured goods across our highways, Focusing exclusively on private electric cars means we are optimizing for the smaller share of the problem while the larger share continues to grow. If these are the pitfalls, where is the path forward? I propose we concentrate our efforts on 4 interconnected priorities that will yield tangible results within this decade, not the next. First, we must establish a clear peak emissions year and link it directly to our energy transition plan. Second, we must fix our electricity grid before we can meaningfully scale renewable energy. It means also for a regional cooperation, I think. Third, we must implement carbon pricing in a way that is transparent, equitable, and economically sensible from the outset. And the fourth, we must ensure that the rapid growth of the data centers, especially in Malaysia, contributes to our climate goals rather than undermining it. That's my final remarks on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato'. I like what you say about the importance of public communication and also to have a clear roadmap, which is what Luis mentioned earlier. And also the 4 points about establishing peak emission year to fix the electricity grid, working on carbon pricing, and to look into the implications of data centers. These are all areas actually all countries across ASEAN can work together on. Yeah. So thank you very much for that. So now I'd like to invite Dr. Saibandit for your views, please.
Yes, thank you again, Chris. For Laos, I think in May this year, 2025, the Lao PDR has adopted a carbon credit decree, establishing a legal framework for the managing and monitoring carbon market. These milestones enable mobilization of international climate finance and creates benefits for the states, private sector, and communities. It represents a crucial step in aligning socio-economic development with green sustainable practice. So back to your question about how to ensure the net zero emission by 2050. I think we envision that ASEAN should have a clean energy power in our economy. We should have innovation-driven green industry and regional cooperation transform ambition into action, making ASEAN a global model of inclusive and sustainable growth. This is all nice word to say, but in action, we need to have really cooperative and collaboration between our government and also not only government, but also from the private sector to be hand on hand moving this action plan into reality. We need to invest mainly in green finance. We need technology and capacity building, ensuring that no one is left behind, empowering communities, youth and the private sector to own the net zero pathway and strengthen regional integration. It should not only for the government or for the parliamentary, but it has to be for everybody since the school. So they have to be aware of this journey. This is not an easy journey, but it is possible if together we collaborate together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think what you said is very important to have a just transition, and at the end of the day, everybody benefits from this transition. No one's left.
I help you, Chris. No one's left behind.
Yeah, somebody's trying to stop me. Yeah. Okay. So, Luis, your views, please.
So I guess moving forward, one of the most important things we got to do is really reframe the narrative of climate change. We often view climate change as a cost and a constraint, but I think we need to reframe it as really tremendous opportunity for our people, our economy. Reframe it that it's a chance for green jobs, new jobs, green finance, a new economy. And again, not look at it as a constraint. So it's tremendous opportunity for renewable energy as an example. I mean, Laos is already at about 70% renewable. Cambodia is 60%. Vietnam is 50%. I think Philippines is aiming to get 50% by 2040. So there's tremendous opportunities in that industry that we can really tap on. And we often look at it again as a cost. When I mention carbon tax, it's often a swear word, right? For politicians, tax is often a swear word. But again, if you reframe it in the Singapore example where we use carbon tax to generate revenue, but then the revenue is sort of ring-fenced so that it's used for decarbonization efforts. And that way we can generate the sort of revenue we need to decarbonize. And I think the last is really what YB Wong Chen has been pushing for, the carbon markets. That's one way for us to unite and get proper accredited carbon credits. And that again will generate the revenue that all of us need to decarbonize. So I think again, if you reframe it, the narrative from costs and constraints to tremendous opportunities, I think again, we can get ahead much faster.
So thank you very much. I like what you said about looking at this not as a constraint but as an opportunity. And indeed, this green transformation can bring about higher value jobs, improve quality of life. It can bring the region closer together with cross-border interconnectivity projects and, help create a stronger ASEAN identity. So there's a lot of work to be done, and I think that IPA is very well positioned to look into these issues. It's an ongoing one. We talk about 2030, we talk about 2050, there will be new challenges. But the important thing is to break down all the challenges into small bits to digest them, right? I mean, 5 years ago, I think if people talk about the ASEAN power grid, people would not believe that we would already have made such great progress. The important thing is to believe in ourselves. There are a lot of things happening within the international environment, but what's important is for ASEAN to stay cohesive, build intra-regional climate diplomacy, and come together as one to create a bigger market for itself and in order to attract international companies to work with us. And in a way, if we do it right, we will be a role model for other developing countries and regions to follow. So this is also a very good incentive for, the region to work together. We actually have a little bit more time left before lunch, and I was wondering if there's anybody from the floor who would like to ask any questions. Maybe you can just take one question.
We've got a lot of young people in the audience. If you have a question for the old people here.
Yeah, sure.
Other than Chris, your photo's got to change, man. Your hair's gone white already.
No choice. Yeah, that's the cost of being an academic. Would you like to? Yeah, sure. Please go to the mic and introduce yourself. Voice of the youth is very important.
Hi, I'm Max from Singapore. I don't know why I'm asking a question. I'm supposed to be staffing this, but anyways, my question is directed to the Vice President of the Laos Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, everybody, of course, for your presentation. I enjoyed talking to you before as well. My question is this. You talked a lot about cooperation. You talked about hydropower. And I wanted to ask about China, because something that I learned in school was that China is actually building dams upstream of the Mekong River to actually block the water, sort of. So how does that affect Laos' energy transition, in a sense, when it has to do with hydropower, given that it poses some form of vulnerability in the consistency of the supplier? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. I'm not the expert to reply. Can I ask my boss to reply to you later? But I think, in my opinion, of course, it affects a lot. That's why we have MRC, Mekong River Commission, to take over in anything that happening above our region, the sub-Mekong region. So, of course, China is too big. Either you have any leverage, any policies, any discussion, they don't listen to you. Whatever you do, whatever you propose, you can propose anything. But when they accept or not, it's up to them. We cannot force. However, on our side, we are trying to do as much as possible that the water will not flood. Because the last 2 years, the Mekong River has reached the level that you can imagine, almost flooding Vientiane capital twice already. And it will be like this for many years, I think. So we are trying and working hard on how to, not to force, but to dialogue with the Chinese counterpart to make a good planning in either to release the water and so on. Above that, before Vientiane capital, we have 2 hydropower dams, which is Sayaburi hydropower dam and Luang Prabang, which is going to be finished soon. And those also supposed to, how can I say, release all the water and control on this part. So we are working on it very hard, and I hope that your question make an impact on the Chinese government decision to not flooding Laos. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your response. One last chance for any of the young people out there. Anybody would like to ask a question? No? Oh, yes.
Maybe a less
Baba
difficult
Ampi.
question.
Yes.
Thank you for giving the chance for the young ones to ask questions. My name is Edi Suparno. I'm from Indonesia. My question is addressed to Dato Ahmad Amzad. You mentioned about CCS, and you mentioned about Malaysia having a CCS legislation, specific CCS legislation in place. Indonesia and Malaysia share the same CCS capacity. We have 600 gigatons of CCS capacity. I would just like to ask the importance of having a specific legislation in place. Indonesia, at this point, we have a government regulation in place, but it would be also very useful to understand Malaysia's importance of having a specific legislation for CCS in place. Thank you.
As far as CCS is concerned, we need a regulatory framework for that. But for the implementation, I think it will be more on private approach. What I can comment now, because I don't have details of it with me right now, I think it's still new in Malaysia. I don't have the details of it. But from what I've been made known to by the minister, that the funding, everything will be coming from the private sectors. So we need to wait a little bit more before we know more about it. Thank you.
Maybe IPA can have a committee looking into the CCS issue. Okay, so I think it's almost lunchtime. We are doing very well with time. It's time for our session wrap up. Thank you to our panelists and all participants for your valuable contributions. Today's dialogue has highlighted both the urgency and the opportunity confronting ASEAN as we strive for net zero. Let's build on this momentum, working together across countries and sectors for a sustainable and resilient future. So please join me in showing our appreciation to all speakers as we conclude this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Christopher Len. Kindly remain on stage for the next agenda. Now I would like to invite Honorable Wong Chen on stage to present the token of appreciation to the panels. I would like to call upon Dr. Christopher Len. Honorable Datuk Haji Ahmad Amzad bin Muhammad Elias Hashim, Honorable Dr. Sai Bandes Raspon, and Mr. Louis Ng. Thank you, Your Honorable and esteemed panelists. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now we have reached the end of our morning session. After lunch, we will be having lightning talks and another 2 sessions in the afternoon. As the lunch is served, bon appetit everyone. Selamat menjamu selera. Thank you.
Testing. Ladies and gentlemen, the afternoon session of the forum will begin shortly. May I kindly request everyone to please take your seats and ensure that your mobile phones are switched to silent mode. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the afternoon session of the forum will begin shortly. Would appreciate that everyone please take your seats now and ensure that your mobile phones be switched to silent mode. Your attention and cooperation is highly appreciated. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Salam Sejahtera and a very good afternoon. I trust that everyone has had a good lunch break. We shall now resume the forum with lightning talks. Though we don't expect that it's going to be completed at the speed of a lightning flash, but half an hour, I'm sure it will be enough for us to be enlightened with compactful information. This talk will focus on key aspects of renewable energy, its sustainability, reliability, and affordability, as well as the true cost of clean energy. Our esteemed speakers for the talks are Honorable Wong Chen, Chairperson of the Select Committee on International Relations and Trade of the Parliament of Malaysia, and Mr. Romel Hernandez, Director for Energy Policy, Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities, ICSC. Without further ado, it is my honor to invite Honorable Wong Chen to be on stage to commence the lightning talks.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friend Siti Yanti, Her Excellency, members of Parliament, friends, students. I've been told that this format is more like a TED Talk format. Well, the good news is I have a lot of interns. In my 13 years as a Member of Parliament, now I have around 200 plus interns. So I'm going to treat you and pretend that all of you are interns. Then we can talk about generally everything under the sky regarding renewable energy. Okay? Let's just start by saying energy is a big emission. Everybody knows. If you Google or just use your ChatGPT, energy is about 25 to 30%, depending on where you are, of the total emissions from a country. Globally, it's about 25%. Yeah? Vehicle, animals burping and farting also contribute a lot. Yeah, so all these things are there. But for energy alone, it's about 25 to 30%. So we need to do something about the way we produce energy. And on top of all this, there are three factors pushing energy further or consumption energy higher and higher every year. One is the world is still growing in terms of population. And this population will hit 8 billion very soon. And on top of that, people are consuming more and more. So you do need energy to supply this growing population, and the per capita consumption is set to grow. The other one driving the energy growth is two other areas, which one is AI, development of artificial intelligence and quantum computing to do most of the big crunching. And to run your ChatGPT and generative AI today, you need a lot of data centers. The one good news is all the data centers and all the AI development have committed themselves fully to use renewable energy. But consumption of energy will increase. Malaysia, for example, we have the capacity to produce around 16 gigawatt capacity in Malaysia today. We consume about 13 gigawatt. We have a high reserve margin, which is another issue altogether. But generally, we expect the AI's data center in Malaysia to grow tremendously in the next 3-4 years. It's been predicted that we will have another 2 gigawatt of energy. The good news is that 2 gigawatt will come from data center from the renewable energy sector. Okay? So you have growing population, and on a per capita basis, people consuming more electricity because we are getting more prosperous generally in the world. And then we have the AI boom. And now we have the electric vehicle boom as well, supposedly to supplant and to replace oil, right? So that is going to increase as well. You can see the Chinese car companies, BYD, you name them, like Great Wall, Geely, they're all everywhere. And they are quickly replacing conventional cars, and that electricity consumption will also increase. So these three basic factors push the energy consumption upwards, and we need to make sure that all these are covered by renewable energy. On top of that, of course, the big picture in the room is the idea of climate change. emissions is a major, major cause. Some politicians like Trump do not believe this is the case, but I think 99.9% of all the scientists in the world agree that this is a big, big factor. Okay? So that sets the issue why we need to look at energy generally. Okay. Now, the next point I want to really focus on is the fact that everything that we do, policy-wise, depends on two things. Three things in particular. We need to understand what is the problem and what's the solution. Okay? Then we need to find the budget to do it. And then we need an implementation line. You know, is this a 5-year policy, 10-year policy, 15-year policy? And just now my colleagues were up here, the panelists were talking about integrating. Imagine just doing a country policy alone may take 10 to 15 years. What more to integrate an ASEAN policy? Okay? At the heart of it is political will. The will to do the right thing. If we think climate is another 10 to 15 years where it becomes more urgent, more dangerous for humanity, then obviously we have to act faster and we've got to find that political will to do it. Now, the problem is this. When it comes to the energy sector, the will is missing. I look at China. China is, some people say authoritarian, some of them call them a guided socialist system. Whatever it is, it looks like the majority of Chinese are quite happy with the government, but we're not here to talk about system of government. But China is united. They have a very, very strong leadership. That leadership is going to last 50 to 100 years. Yeah? They're not what we call classic democracy. But their power to control and to guide policy has resulted in China having around 30% renewable energy in China today. Much, much faster than we thought. Originally, I think about 10 years ago, it was less than 10%. But in the last 2 to 3 years, the jump has been tremendous. Yeah? So why can they do it? Why they can do it is because they have the political will to do it. You know, the somewhat authoritarian structure allows for political will decision-making faster. But 5-10 years ago, you saw a billionaire class in China that to some extent was challenging the Chinese authority. That has more or less been reduced tremendously, and the Chinese government is fully in control, and the Chinese government, in the simplest term, is in charge of the billionaires in China. Why do I mention billionaires? Because we are facing global inequality. And, not surprisingly, most billionaires control the energy sector. From the oil-producing countries to the power generation. And since we're talking about renewable energy, in Malaysia, Malaysian billionaires also control power generation. Yeah? So the fundamental question is this. If you have an authoritarian government, somewhat authoritarian government, socialist-guided government, they can get things done. They can come up to 30% renewable quickly. Can we, the democracies of the world, do we control billionaires or do billionaires control government? That's the fundamental issue we have to ask ourselves. Of course, we hope that most parliamentarians are guided by their conscience, by their people, the need to challenge climate change. So therefore, we must do something about their engagement with billionaires. So in Malaysia, billionaires control a lot of the energy produced by coal and a lot by gas. Okay? I want to use this example of Malaysia so that you understand how it really works. The gas company, we understand, is Petronas. Petronas produces natural gas. And the billionaire have a deal where it's subsidized by the government of Malaysia. And this is, from 20, 30, 40 years ago. And then they produce electricity. But Malaysia is a source of natural gas. So the first thing for Malaysia is, since it's ours, we must well use it. Yeah? Of course, it's a bit selfish because, gas production of electricity is emissions, quite high. But it's definitely lower than coal fire. Okay? And yet, coal fire power plants in Malaysia produces the most electricity in Malaysia, but Malaysia doesn't have a single block of coal from Malaysia. We buy it from our neighbors, Indonesia. We buy some from China, we buy some from Australia, and we blend it. So why is Malaysia fixated with coal? It's a fundamental question. If we are fixated with natural gas, understandable because we produce natural gas. If Indonesia produces a lot of coal from Kalimantan, I'm not going to quarrel with the Indonesian if they use more coal fire, right? So there are those dynamics where we say we have our own natural resources. We shouldn't be so stupid as not to use it. But at the same time, we have an overarching policy not to pollute the world. Because what we pollute in Malaysia hurts the world too. Now, can the Malaysian energy system transform itself? We don't know. The billionaires, do they control us, or do we direct the billionaires to do the right thing? That has to be fought out in the political sphere. But an easier solution is to talk to the billionaires. And earlier I alluded to the fact that, the industry of producing electricity is highly lucrative in Malaysia. It has been for the last 40 years. Highly lucrative, right? Can the billionaires who are used to making 18% return on investment, 18%, the standard. Now around 14 also, they're 14, 18%. It's very, very high. If the cost of borrowing for a power plant is 4%, then ideally the number that they should make, net return on investment, should be another 4 to 5% maximum. But at 14%, they're making 10% return. That's too much. That's too much. That's why when I was on the stage just now doing the first moderation, I mentioned that we need to have a net ROI of 4 to 5% across the board in all ASEAN countries, so that there is that understanding the monopoly of the billionaire in our power generation can share a normalized number of profit. Then we can talk about, having a united system where I supply, Laos supply to Singapore, Thailand gets some from Malaysia, Malaysia sends some to Singapore, so on and so forth. Because all the economics are about the same. There is no price gouging or not obscene profit making. I think that's super important. So Malaysia's drive. We are committed to end coal, but can we get the billionaires to say, I don't want to make 14% anymore, I want to make 7, 8%. I think that will be the way forward. You can't create another class of billionaire to fight these billionaires because their margin is smaller than the billionaires who are doing conventional energy. So those fundamental questions need to come in, right? And that's where we get the political will. Once we sort that out, fundamentally, I think we can talk about cross-border cooperation across the board. Yeah? The other thing I wanted to highlight very quickly is that despite the failings of humanity, greed, power, not wanting to share, the billionaire class dictating and promoting all this kind of thing, there is also science. Science and technology is advancing at a pace we don't understand. I mean, the AI has very negative things like taking away jobs, but it can also find solutions. Yeah? For instance, if you are an engineer, it's quite easy to understand this. When you generate electricity and you transmit electricity, somewhere between 20 to 40%, depending on your quality or your grid, is lost in the transmission. When I was a student in the 1980s, I used to read this magazine called Popular Mechanics. Even back then, they were talking about this thing called superconductivity material. You imagine, if we find the solution for transmission alone, we can save 20 to 30% of electricity by itself with current standards. Yeah? Not even have to shift to, renewable energy and stuff like that. Just on that alone, you already can solve many things. And superconductivity with AI, with quantum, can be found within 5 to 10 years. There are a few scientists here. One of them is my friend Juliet. He was a former member of parliament. He will probably talk about it in session 4 later, right? So we can do that. China, as what I understand, has the best grid system in the world, right? And it's apparently very, very good. That's why they can do their power plants in the desert and then transmit it all the way to Beijing. So there we can learn as well. So superconductivity is a solution. Then the AI can go to no limits. We can talk about perpetual energy, And there are so many things out there, far out there, you don't have to go even to small-scale nuclear, which is some countries are looking at it, right? Now, when it comes to real renewable energy today, we're not talking about 5 years later. We know the science is possible to do in a decade, 5 years, great things. But today, what's the challenges if we go fully solar? In Malaysia, as a simple example, we don't have wind power. Okay? Tidal is questionable, but everybody has tides. Maybe we can do it. We have a lot of sea frontage in Malaysia. That's a potential we can go in. But currently itself, Malaysia has potential for biogas coming from our palm oil estates, palm oil mills, a lot. By our calculation, because I'm also a chairman of a bank, Malaysian Debt Venture, some of the members were here today. My CEO came this morning. We finance biogas production from palm oil companies. We calculated around 2 gigawatt a year can be supplied if we have 800 of our palm oil mills committed to biogas supply. Biomass. This region and the whole of ASEAN can plant trees, fast-growing trees. We can plant bamboo. This can be converted to carbon charcoal, right? Can be converted to wood pellets. That alone in Malaysia, because we have 6 million hectares of palm oil, by simple calculation, the palm oil sector will consolidate. And because we have less Indonesian workers coming and less Bangladeshi workers coming to work in our field, maybe 1 to 2 million hectares will be opened up to transform into something else. That something else must be biomass. Yeah? That alone can supply another 2 gigawatt if we change our palm oil land to fast-growing tree. The big challenge is what kind of tree? Eucalyptus, acacia. What I'm saying is there's so many options out there. Cambodia, I had a good chat with the Honorable, what's your name? Kun. Yeah, thank you. So he told me they're doing a lot of wind. You know, Malaysia doesn't have wind, unfortunately, right? But there are so many options out there. So we can look at solving all this issue. But Malaysia is driven at the moment solar. And solar, as you know, is a 4-hour play. It needs a lot of battery. In Australia, where the solar has gone so big that they have caused great problems because, you know, too congested for that 4-hour period. Then we need a lot of batteries to do it, and then we can, you know, more or less distribute it. But I was told by a great engineer, it is going to cost a lot of money to do. So all these things needs to be done, right? More checks and balance, more calculation. But to me, ultimately, it boils back down to money and economics, right? This was raised by our Mr. Han just now, Dr. Han, right? Fundamentally, if we don't work out the maths to do this, we cannot do it. We just can't. We are a developing region. We are competitive to each other, right? You know, I mean, let's be frank here. Malaysia competes with Thailand on automobile. We compete with Indonesia on palm oil, right? We haven't reached the point where ASEAN say we're all united, that we can do this together, right? But we need to make sure that energy supply is cheap, reasonable, and that requires government intervention in giving subsidies, pursuing carbon tax. Yeah, carbon tax is essential to do this, and also carbon trading to encourage these companies to transform the billionaires to move from conventional to non-conventional or renewable, and then helping them make those numbers work again. Yeah? So many things that we can discuss today, but you know, my little TED talk here is going to end very soon. I'm going to just tell you that it's an exciting source out there. The political will is missing. You solve the political will, the capacity, the technology to do it can be done. And the good news is, despite we're racing against the clock on climate change, despite all this, AI, quantum can give us solutions that we never think about maybe within 5 to 10 years. Yeah? So let's drive together, let's push together for this move towards renewable energy. And hopefully we can be just in time for ASEAN as well and the rest of the world to save this world from climate change. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honorable. Thank you for the insightful presentation. I'm sure many of us would like to hear more from the Honorable, just that because of the time constraint. Now, next, may I invite Mr. Rommel Hernandez onto the stage to deliver his presentation.
Good afternoon. It's really hard to come after next a seasoned parliamentarian. So, I'm here to talk about what's the missing link in accelerating the energy transition. And I'm going to tell you about the story in the Philippines. But before that, let me give you a brief background on the Philippines. The Philippines is a very ambitious target right now. We're currently around 22% renewables of our total energy mix. And by 2035, we're actually going to more than double it and push it to 35% and then 50% by 2040. The Philippines has a very robust energy market. We're one of the few countries in Asia that has a very mature wholesale electricity spot market. And because of that, we are able to monitor not only the performance of fossil fuels, but also of the renewables. And previously, in 2022, we were able to see that the prices of electricity in the Philippines was cut down by 23% because of the introduction of renewable energy. Amazing, right? So what made this a very ideal scenario in the Philippines possible? We have a very robust set of policies and programs. We have a set of policies such as the Green Energy Option Program that actually provides not only corporates but also large or highly intensive energy demanding businesses to have an option to source their energy from renewable energy. We also have our Green Energy Auction Program that ensures off-takers for renewable energy projects. We also have our Priority Dispatch Policy in the Philippines. So what's the Priority Dispatch Policy? Since we have a spot market, the operator is mandated to actually make sure that all renewable energy gets dispatched first in the spot market before dispatching fossil fuels. And we can see that even if we have automatic fuel pass-through for fossil fuels, once we have enough renewable energy, we can actually crowd out coal, gas power plants. Now, if you're going to ask me, it seems that the Philippines has a very mature and perfect energy scenario. I can say, not necessarily. Let me ask the audience, what's missing in the Philippines energy scenario? Honorable Buen? Probably, if you're going to ask us, we're probably lacking funds, finance, money. But we're now starting to actually, we're actually slowly but surely attracting foreign investors. In fact, we have over around 5 gigawatts of offshore wind that has already been earmarked for implementation. So what's missing? Let me now direct your attention to Eastern Visayas. Eastern Visayas is the typhoon belt region of the Philippines. If you're thinking about Category 5 hurricanes, this is the first community that's always hit all year round. So imagine the kind of life that people have there. But these communities are very resilient. And what's missing is reliable and affordable energy. Imagine this last mile community. Giwan municipality is one of the last mile community in the country. If you're going to look at the map of the Philippines, it's actually at the tip of the eastern region of the Philippines. They are connected to the next substation, which is 300 kilometers away from them, via a distribution line. not a transmission line. So imagine how unreliable the electricity is. The municipal building has an elevator that has not been operating since it was constructed because it cannot have the right amount of power that it needs to operate it. Businesses cannot expand. Manufacturing industry for steel cannot locate itself there because the community just can't provide the needed power to keep its plants up and running. However, there has been hope. For the past 2 years, 3 years, ICSC has been working with local chief executives in Eastern Visayas. And this has resulted not only in political will or political support for renewables, but it has resulted in the installation of rooftop solar in municipal buildings. It may seem very minute as compared to what's happening in Vietnam when we're talking about solar farms. It might be minute when we're talking about Vietnam when we're talking about offshore wind. But this 40 kilowatt peak solar rooftop solar, and 65 kilowatt peak rooftop solar in Paranas are actually moving the needles inch by inch. Why? Because people, investors, are looking for proofs of concept. In the Philippines, even we have robust policies, programs. These policies and programs are not implemented on the ground unless you are able to convince the provincial governor or the municipal mayor that yes, it can work, and I'm sure to win the next election. Without that assurance, you don't get any support. But, which actually brings me to my next portion. These two women leaders, Mayor Annalise of Giwan and Mayor Eunice of Paranas, have tried to take the very unpopular route before elections because they believe that through renewables, they can provide clean, affordable, reliable, secure energy for each and every of their constituents. Why? There's nothing to lose. They don't have 24-hour, 24/7 electricity. What's for them to lose if they're going to try and provide that needed power for their communities? After 2 months ago, the region was struck again as they've always been. They've been struck by a strong typhoon. And the only municipal buildings that are lit up are Paranas and Giwan. Paranas and Giwan were providing services during those very trying moments. Imagine, the big cities in Eastern Visayas are all under the dark. And those two municipalities, when you try to fly your drones, you can see them lit up. And people are actually there to stay to get refuge in the municipal buildings. So what I'm just saying here, the missing link for the Philippines to accelerate its transition to cleaner, affordable, reliable, secure energy is some national actors. What we need are the likes of Mayor Eunice. What we need are the likes of Mayor Annalise. We need more renewable energy champions to ensure that we are able to move the needle inch by inch. Because in the end, if these very small communities can transition to clean, affordable, and reliable, secure energy, why cannot the big, highly urbanized cities transition? That's the challenge right now that we're posing to each and every mayors and provincial governors in the Philippines. They can transition. Why not you? The good thing about these two strong women leaders, not only that they were able to see the benefits of renewable energy, they were able to generate savings. And now they're actually redirecting their funds that are supposed to pay for the electricity bills to other basic social services such as education and health. Previously, their rural health units are not lit up. A pregnant woman needs to walk or travel for 1 to 2 hours just to get basic maternal services to make sure that she delivers with quality care. But now, one by one, these rural health units in Eastern Visayas, being powered by renewables, are giving hope, not only to our politicians, but to women themselves. So imagine if we can replicate this in the entire country, and hopefully in our region, in ASEAN. Isn't that a very ideal scenario? So I think the missing link for transitioning to clean, affordable, reliable, and secure energy are subnational actors. And for our excellencies here, I think the challenge is, will you be willing to be a champion of renewables? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roman Hernandez. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short 5-minute break to allow our crew to prepare the stage for the next session. Please enjoy some coffee or tea in the meantime while we wait for the stage to be ready. Thank you for your patience and cooperation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we are going to begin session 3 of today's forum. Thank you for your cooperation. Again, may I please have our guests to be seated for session 3 to start now. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will explore how strategic investments, policies, and regulatory frameworks can build an environment that fosters innovation, protects consumers, and accelerates our shift toward sustainable energy. Now, it is my pleasure to invite His Excellency Satvinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN, for ASEAN Economic Community to deliver the keynote remarks. Your Excellency, please. Yeah, the Excellency will have his presentation through a video recording.
Your Excellencies, honorable parliamentarians, distinguished guests, very good afternoon. My warmest regards from the ASEAN Secretariat, and again, our sincere apologies that I'm not able to join you in Kuala Lumpur today due to prior official engagements. I'm truly pleased to be able to share this message with all of you. It's a kind of a reflection of ASEAN's continued commitment to our shared energy priorities. Let me first thank IPA, the Parliamentary of Malaysia, and ERIA for hosting this very important forum that brings together very uniquely the coming together of policymakers, of regulators, as well as all of you industry leaders. This kind of very important coalition is definitely needed very much to advance our region's energy future. ASEAN's energy landscape, as all of you know, is undergoing profound transformation as the region advances towards becoming the world's 4th largest economy. The total energy demand is projected to rise by more than 60% by the year 2035. And that's driven by growth, industrialization, urbanization, and obviously the improving of living standards. In fact, just to let everyone know, I think from the data that we regularly get from the ASEAN Center for Energy, they have projected in their outlook that from now till 2050, 2060, the amount of energy that we need in ASEAN is almost 2.6 times of what we have today. And this is not counting or not taking into account the demand that we see that's going to be growing even more extensively, especially with the advent of new technologies, emerging technologies of AI or quantum. And some estimates put that if you take that all into account, you probably need to double the kind of a future demand that the region may require. Now that is obviously very important challenge that the whole entire region has today. And this is where ensuring that energy remains affordable, reliable, and consistently available and is becoming essential to our continued prosperity and growth. But yet, the challenge remains formidable. We know that today, as we speak, fossil fuels still account for a very significant potential of almost 80% of ASEAN's total primary energy supply. and they are providing us the intensity of power that our region needs. But at the same time, renewables today contribute roughly around 16% of our total energy. Now, this reality underscores both some form of urgency and complexity to our task. We all need to work to ensure energy for growth, but at the same time, ensuring that the transition to cleaner and more resilient systems is there. But we have to also make choices, and these choices have to be practical and must be aligned into what is good for our region. And therefore, you would see that under the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation, APAEC, our collective efforts have been guided by an integrated and a forward-looking practical vision. We are pursuing a balanced and coordinated transition across all program areas, starting from initiatives like the ASEAN Power Grid, as well as the focus on renewable energy, and of course, the importance that we are giving towards energy efficiency, including important transition space areas like clean coal and gas transformation. All of these are being considered very well, along with some of the cutting-edge new areas, including civilian nuclear energy. Now, these are all not isolated tracks. They are all mutually reinforcing the pillars of ASEAN's energy security and economic competitiveness. Now, one of the most transformative undertakings that we are undergoing right now is really further empowering and further embracing the strong implementation of the ASEAN Power Grid initiative. This is truly a flagship initiative, not only for the energy sector, but for the overall decarbonization strategy of ASEAN. The APG is probably one of the anchor initiatives out of the 16 key initiatives under the ASEAN Carbon Neutral Plan. And we are looking at APG as a flagship initiative to help us interconnect national grids and also at the same time to enable large-scale renewable energy trading across our borders. Today, in our ASEAN agenda, APG not only includes just the connector projects. Today, we are also including all of the grid improvement initiatives as well as the subsea projects into the ASEAN Power Grid. And as momentum continues to grow, and with the enhanced APG MOU that was recently signed by the energy ministers at the latest energy ministers meeting in Laos, as well as the new submarine power cable development framework that was also agreed by the energy ministers at the same meeting. All of this is coming together to provide a much more stronger policy foundation for cross-border integration, especially in offshore and in remote systems. Now, recognizing that such infrastructure requires a massive amount of capital mobilization, ASEAN has also launched the ASEAN Power Grid Financing Initiative. We call it in short the APGF. That has been jointly endorsed across by the energy ministers along with the economic ministers as well as the finance ministers and the central bankers of ASEAN. The APGF initiative, it really is serving as a blended finance mechanism to help our region to be able to unlock private investment. Why? Because the total estimated investments required for APG for our transition is estimated close to more than $700 billion. We need to be able to bring in the liquidity today into the APG development, and this is something where the member states alone, all the multilaterals working with us alone, is not going to be able to do it. We really need to be able to harness deep financing liquidity from all over the world, from global capital. We also need to be able to work with everyone, the insurance sectors, the multilaterals, to be able to de-risk the projects in our region. And we need to also work hard in order to turn some of these regional connectivity plans into bankable opportunities for businesses and communities alike. Under the APGF initiative, we are bringing together the support of the two multilaterals, the ADB, as well as the World Bank. They are coming together to play the coordinator role in helping us to facilitate the coming together and the focus of attracting global capital towards supporting the APG initiative. We really feel that today we need to have a focus, and the APGF is going to be that platform that's going to help project owners, financiers, insurance parties, as well as governments to be able to come together in order to follow through and also to work with one another closely in order to make the ASEAN Power Grid initiatives and projects come true. Now, all of this, APGF, all of this embodies investment as well as regulation coming together. And we are going to be guided truly by the long-term regional planning. Now, what we need to ensure is that policies must be aligned with innovation, at the same time with market realities, and that regulations that protect consumers must also be there to be able to provide an enabling fair competition and sustainable growth for our people. Honorable parliamentarians, I just want to speak to all of you that on behalf of our energy fraternity in ASEAN, your leadership, your legislative action is going to be central in helping us accelerate this energy transformation. And as you know, energy transformation is going to be the elixir that's going to feed the growth and development across our economy, across our society, and improve our lives of our people, and also help our region to be able to achieve from becoming middle-income countries. Hopefully, we are going to achieve quicker and faster to becoming more advanced, high-income economies in ASEAN. By working much more, what I call in a solidarity in order to hasten the speed, I think by enabling some of the important energy laws, by ensuring transparent and accountable regulation to be there, and by strengthening and ensuring consumer protection, and aligning the national policies and regional commitments together, I think we are going to be able to help translate ASEAN's shared targets into tangible outcomes that we can all come together to work together in a practical, affordable way. The forthcoming APIC agreement by the energy sector, this is for the period of 2026 to 2030, it has actually set a very ambitious aspiration by the year 2030. First, it aspires to have a 40% reduction in energy intensity. This is based on the year 2005 levels, a 40% reduction in energy intensity. Second, it aims towards a 30% renewable energy share in total primary energy supply. Now, this is a big task that we are also embracing, what we want to do in the next 5 years. Third, we are also targeting towards a 45% renewable energy share in installed power capacity. Now, you can see that achieving these targets, it's going to be not easy. It's a deep challenge, but it's important. And it definitely will depend not only on technological innovation or financial market readiness to come in to finance it, but most importantly, it also requires strong political will and coherent legislation that's going to ensure regional commitments are going to be backed by national action led by all of you. As we move forward, let us continue working hand in hand, governments, parliamentarians, regulators, investors and citizens, all of us to come together to help build a secure, a connected, and a low-carbon ASEAN energy future. One that keeps the lights on, one that keeps energy affordable, and one that keeps our economies advancing sustainably and inclusively.
Thanks to His Excellency Satvinder Singh for the informative presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall proceed with the panel discussion. May I invite on stage the moderator, Honorable Lee Chien Chun, Member of Parliament of Malaysia. Next, I have the honor to invite the panelists to take their seats on stage. Please welcome Honorable Wong Chen, Chairperson of the Select Committee on International Relations and Trade of the Parliament of Malaysia. Honorable Eddie Suparno, Deputy Speaker of the People's Consultative Assembly, Indonesia. Mr. Koh Ken Sen, Chief Operating Officer of Sustainable Energy Development Authority, SEDA. I now pass the floor to our moderator, Honorable Lee Chien Chun, to start the panel discussion. The floor is yours, Your Honorable.
Thank you. Her Excellency Siti Ghazam Rianti, Secretary General of IPA, and also the distinguished parliamentarians, policymakers, business leaders, and partners across ASEAN. So it's my honor to welcome you to the second Tripartite Forum. The title is Bridging the Gap, Ensuring Affordability, Reliability, and Sustainability in Renewable Energy. So many litty to make sure you all stay awake after lunch, right? So the program is jointly organized by ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly, IPA, the House of Representatives of Malaysia, and the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. So we only have 30 minutes, so I will be very brief. So let me start by introducing our panel speakers. On my left is YB Wong Chen. I think need not more introduction. He's been with you guys since this morning. Of course, next to YB Wong Chen is Honorable Eddie Suparno, Deputy Speaker of the People's Consultative Assembly Indonesia. And to my far left is Mr. Koh Keng Sen, COO of Sustainable Energy Development Authority, which so happens that I also sit on the board as board member. So now I have to moderate the session for my COO. So hopefully this conversation will help us shape our collective path towards a resilient, inclusive, and low-carbon ASEAN energy future. We only have 30 minutes, so let me start allocating probably about 7 to 8 minutes to each speaker to share with us how can we balance all this so-called energy trilemma, right? Affordability, and then sustainability and reliability. And we also heard from the Deputy SecGen speech, introductory speech just now. So I would start by probably inviting our guest from afar. Yeah, Park. Yeah, would you like to begin rolling the ball?
Sure. Okay.
Please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I understand this is a challenging session, but I hope to keep everybody awake. First of all, it's very interesting. In the case of Indonesia, for instance, we are a country that is blessed with abundant resources. Fossil resources, we have plenty of oil and gas in particular. We produce currently 900 million tons of coal on an annual basis. Even with the same production rate, we can produce coal for 200 years and still have coal resources left. On the other hand, we have ample of renewable energy sources available. 3,300 gigawatts of solar potential, not to mention wind, draft. We are the second largest country with geothermal capabilities. But despite all these abundance of energy sources, we still import our energy. We import 1 million barrels of crude per day. We import LPG for cooking. We import diesel. We import kerosene. So that is why, in terms of energy security, it is very important for Indonesia to establish and strengthen its energy security. We can do so by transitioning from fossil to renewable energy. And this is something that the government is currently undertaking. We have recently approved our national energy plan.
I was the chairman of the committee to approve the plan. Secondly, we have also implemented and launched a national energy policy for 2025 to 2034, where we will develop up to 70 gigawatts of new power, of which 52 gigawatts will come from renewable energy, including battery energy storage. So this is something that we are currently developing in the renewable energy space in an attempt to reduce the significant imports that we currently rely on. Secondly, in terms of affordability, energy has always been a large significant dilemma for us, because much of the available energy that is currently in the market is subsidized heavily by the government. Even with 60% of fossil fuel that we use, coal in particular, coal is subsidized by the government. Fuel is subsidized by the government. Electricity is subsidized by the government. So pretty much there are significant subsidies in the country. So we need to reduce our reliance on those subsidies, but still make household, especially household electricity, affordable to the general public. In terms of, and third, I think in an attempt for us to increase the capacity of our renewable energy, we need to unbundle a cluster of barriers that currently make renewable energy less competitive and less bankable. So financing is obviously an issue. Economics is also a key issue. For instance, we have a major waste problem in Indonesia. We produce 56 million tons of waste every year, of which only 40% can be handled by the government. 60% is being dumped in waste dumping sites, which have reached a capacity of about 85 to 90% today. So the Indonesian government has initiated a program to build incinerators all across Indonesia. But for 12 years, only one incinerator has been built successfully. Simply because the regulatory aspect has been very difficult to get incinerators approved. Secondly, the economics do not meet the targets of investors. And third, it's the issues of getting regional governments also coordinated with the central government. So the central government has taken over this problem. And first of all, we have improved the economics significantly. We are now building 33 incinerators with above average economics. And all of a sudden we have 120 bidders looking to go into waste to energy incinerators. Secondly, we have also streamlined the process. So regulation and deregulation is very important in getting renewable energy up and running. So we have deregulated the sector. Everything is now being processed within the central government, and approvals are only issued by the central government without the need of approvals from regional governments and regional parliaments, which had made the entire process very difficult in the past. So it's picking up. So coordination is an issue, regulation is an issue, policy is also very critical, and legislation. We are currently working on a few legislation, the Renewable Energy Bill, which we have been discussing. I think we are 90% there already. We are next is the discussion to renew the energy bill, the electricity bill, including a new oil and gas bill. And finally, we have initiated, I have advocated to push for a new climate management bill to be put on the priority legislation list for 2026, which we have succeeded. So starting next year, we're going to start discussing the climate action bill. So these are the issues that we are currently faced with, but deregulation, apart from obviously political will, policy, deregulation is critical, and coordination among ministries, which have always been somewhat a challenge, will have to be conducted. Indonesia, just one more minute. In Indonesia, anybody who wants to go into renewable energies will have to coordinate with 4 coordinating ministries and 12 ministries. So to begin with, it's a big headache. It's a big challenge. So we're streamlining this process, and hopefully by next year we'll have a new regulatory framework to ease the investments in renewable energy.
Thank you, Park. Let's give Park a big hand. Very concise and a very positive remark on the progress of Indonesia in terms of investment landscape, shaping up more policies as well as better, more facilitative approach towards welcoming renewable energy. So next, I would like to welcome Mr. Koh from SEDA. If I'm from SEDA, definitely I feel under pressure because Indonesia has done a lot. So I'm not sure how Mr. Koh would like to share what Malaysia SEDA has been doing in terms of investment, policy, and our regulatory reform.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you, YVD. I think what the Honorable Dr. Eddie has mentioned is very impressive in terms of what Indonesia has done. But before I start on the Malaysian initiative, I would like to bring to everyone's attention that recently the ASEAN Center for Energy ACE came out with a report. I think it's a couple of weeks back. It's published on their website, and the report is about ASEAN investment, energy investment 2025. Okay, so if you download that report, there is a chapter there that talks about the challenges of ASEAN in getting investment, all right, for RE. So if I can summarize that chapter, what the chapter says, there are a few factors that impacts ASEAN member states in terms of RE investments, and the main one will be in terms of policy and regulations, right? So just now, His Excellency Satvinder has mentioned that the APAEC 5-year target of 2030 is to achieve 45% renewable energy capacity in our capacity mix. But then, once we have such regional targets, then what happens at the national level? So that report mentions that in terms of national level, mostly targets are set at regional level, but at the national level, in terms of policy making, is very fractured in the sense that certain countries have different policies, and it impacts in terms of deployment of renewable energy. All right. Second challenges stated. Second challenges that stated in that report is in terms of financing and investments. So different country has different country risks, and also in terms of the maturity of their financial institution. So, getting financing, for example, in Malaysia or in Indonesia is not the same as getting financing in Cambodia or, in Singapore or Vietnam, So different country has a different risk associated in terms of the country risk, the currency risk, politics, the political risk. So that also impacts, how investors look into, whether they should invest in, RE projects in that country. And third will be on technology barriers, meaning how strong is your grid to accept, renewable energy. All right? Whether, your grid is strong enough to accept, let's say in Malaysia's context, there's no wind, it's only solar. Whether, our grid is robust enough to accept, a lot of, solar into the grid at any one point. So that is also one of the key challenges that impacts RE deployment in ASEAN level. So coming back, so that is on the ASEAN, the challenges, whatever. So now coming back to Malaysia. So Malaysia as a country, how we approach in terms of our RE sector to encourage more investment, it is more on a structured approach. First, national targets. All right. In 2023, the government launched a roadmap called the National Energy Transition Roadmap. And this is where the government is committed to achieve net zero by 2050. All right. And how we are going to achieve that net zero is by having 70% renewable energy in our capacity mix by that point in time. Okay. So by having targets, then comes RE programs or RE policies. If you look in Malaysia, let's say 14 years ago, in 2011, when we first established the Renewable Energy Act, if you ask me what kind of RE program that I can do in 2011, then I will tell you FIT, feed-in tariff. There's only one program in it. Feed-in tariff for solar, biomass, biogas, and hydro. You fast forward 14 years to today. If you ask me what are the RE programs in Malaysia, I can tell you for small hydro, biomass, biogas, the FIT is still available. For solar, what type? How big is your project? If you're talking about rooftop installations, we have self-consumption scheme. We also have net energy metering, which just ended in June, which will be replaced with a new program called ATAP. Then, if you go for PPA, we have large-scale solar. If you talk about virtual PPA, we have corporate green power program. If you talk about third-party access on the larger scale, we have community renewable, corporate renewable energy supply scheme, or CRES. If you talk about smaller third-party access collected at distribution level, we have community renewable energy aggregation mechanism, CREAM. There are so many jargons, so many programs, but what I'm trying to say is, in Malaysia's context, how we embark into our RE programs is we cater for different segments of consumers and developers. Meaning, you are not left out. If you are a homeowner, if you are a CNI, commercial and industrial building owner, you can also install solar under, all this self-consumption, under net energy metering. If you are, a developer that intends to go on a large-scale solar farm, 100 megawatt, 200 megawatt, 300 megawatt, then you go for the large ones. And also in terms of financing now. When we talk about financing, financial institutions is very simple. They will always finance the project if they perceive that the project has lower risk of defaulting. All right? It's all about risk mitigation. Meaning, if they see that, in terms of when they, lend the money out to the borrower, if they think that the risk is minimal, then they will lend it out. If they think the risk is much more than they can accept, then you don't get financing. That's the most simple way of saying about how this financial institution
Mr. Koh,
look into
one more minute.
Okay, all right, thank you, Abi. So in Malaysian context, we have, just now I mentioned different programs, we have PPA. So if you are talking about off-taker risk, we have PPA model. If you're not worried about off-taker risk, and you think that, the borrower is strong, then you can go under third-party access. No issues. In 2017, in Malaysia, we launched our first green sukuk. All right, in 2017 for a large-scale solar programs. So in terms of maturity of the financial institutions also, currently I think they are well aware of the programs that is happening in Malaysia. So that's why in terms of financing, it's also not much of an issue. And last but not least, on the technical part, then we have our utility company. All right, when we talk about grid infrastructure, the good thing about Malaysia, especially in peninsular Malaysia, is our backbone, our grid is considered quite strong. But then there is a need to also consistently upgrade it to cater for more renewable energy. So that is where I think our utility company, TMB, has been tasked to, keep on upgrading their grid. All right? So I think that's about it, maybe.
Thank you. Sorry, the program is doing injustice to all three speakers because we have so limited a time. Let's give Mr. Koh a big hand, another round of big hand. Without further ado, let us now turn to YB Wong Chen to share his insights, especially on policies and regulation. Please.
Okay, thank you so much, Chen Chong. You're going to see me one more time. I've got to give a closing speech later. So I'm sure you're all fed up with me by now.
Don't leave the best until the end. Share it now.
Okay. Since we're talking about investment and policy plus regulation, let me just talk about investment first, then I'll talk about the policy and regulation aspect. Investment is quite simple. When you do renewable energy, a project has to be bankable. The company that pursue renewable energy, whether it's solar, wind, or whatever they want to do, must make a return, right? So the key point is the off-taker unlocks the whole thing. Capacity to build solar panels, to install, to buy land, to get the regulation done, that's a given. That's, solar has been in Malaysia for 20, 30 years. The real challenge is how to make money from this. If there's no path to make money, nobody's going to invest. So today, electricity costs around 55 cents for conventional energy. Sometimes 50, depends on your usage. But industrial usage is about 55 cents per kilowatt per hour. I shouldn't eat that peanut. I'm stuck here. Sorry. But, you know, for solar, to make money for the solar producer, to get a 7-8% return or net 4 to 5% ROI, they need to sell the electricity around 60-something cents, 65, 62. Of course, prices of solar have dropped dramatically in the last 2 years and set to drop further because China has massive production and they have an issue with the US-China trade barrier. But until you get those numbers down to about 58, 59, that means you're asking the company to pay another 4 cents more or 3 cents more, anything less than a 10% increase in their electricity costs, then it becomes viable automatically. Okay? So at the government level, a Malaysian example, the government is asking the solar companies to pay a wheeling charges, W-H-E-E-L-I-N-G, wheeling charges. This special charge is supposed to go towards the contribution to the grid, for batteries and so on and so forth. The industry has been talking to me for about 2 years now, since we launched the NETR program. It has never been viable, so much so that the industry is kind of stuck, right? But of late, last month, 2 months ago, the government reduced a 5 cent on the wheeling charges. Suddenly, it looks a bit viable, and yet still, there are reluctant off-takers. As the global economy faces massive trade issues from Trump's tariff, are you willing to pay another 5 cents? If, say, you are Honda, you have a manufacturing capacity in Malacca, are you willing to pay another 5 cents per kilowatt per hour to meet your green standards? All these are variables that we need to sit down and drill down. Presumably, Honda has committed themselves to be a RE100 company by the year 2030. So they are starting to buy carbon credits, right, to offset their use of conventional energy. So all those computations will come in, and then we see, are they willing to pay 60 cents, 58 cents, instead of 55, 53, 54? Are they willing to pay 58? When that happens, the energy sector, the solar energy sector will boom. And this is why 2 years ago, the Prime Minister, my boss and Chen Chung's boss, we are from the same political party, Prime Minister announced in Budget 2025, which he announced in October 2024, that it's going to be a carbon tax. Yeah? So, if the wheeling charges are the carbon tax, it can use to subsidize and bring it down. If you do that, I think the sector is ready to run today. But the carbon tax was deferred for the year 2025. But thankfully, the Prime Minister announced for the budget 2026, he will pursue the carbon tax. But again, no real details yet. Yeah? So these are the real life challenges that we face that hampers investment overall. But for me, investment really has to be about the policy and the regulation side. And I don't want to go into too much detail, but generally, we have to make sure that whatever policy or regulation we pursue is completely transparent and accountable. And that when we do bids for new power plants coming up, which are renewable, the bidding must be clear. The technical capacity, capability should be there, the pricing should be there, but most importantly, we must stop giving super monopolies to companies. Yeah? The sweet spot for us, for most of us when it comes to solar, is between 100 megawatt to 500 megawatt capacity. No more should it be a 1 gigawatt project where you have monopolistic tendencies. I think the government pursuing a more diversified, more decentralized system will help to go and develop a more robust, more stronger, more resilient sector. So those are the two major points I want to stress. The investment element is about the off-taker, the pricing, and for policy and regulation, a commitment to decentralize, anti-monopolistic, and to be transparent and accountable in all the dealings. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you, YB Wong Chen. Be fair to Wong Chen, another round of big hand too. I think we are right at the sweet spot now because I managed to press the time a bit ahead. So we got more time for Q&A. And why so? Because looking at the floor, there are so many experienced and experts on the floor. I see guests from Azerbaijan, also our senator, member of parliament, former MP from other countries, and experts from the NGO and think tanks. So while now we would like to invite you all to start brainstorming your question, keep it very concise and very simple, very straightforward. I will start by just probably pressing the first question to our Pak Eddie. Back to you. My question is about Danantara, right? There is a new sovereign fund established by Indonesia. Does it, like, can you elaborate more whether this is also related to investment on RE, and how do you use this to probably induce more investment abroad, and how can this super fund, right, because looking at it, it's really big, how can it help to achieve our net zero target for ASEAN?
Yes, thank you. Well, Danantara was formed as a successor to the State-Owned Enterprises Ministry. The ministry format was somewhat a bit of a hindrance in terms of developing our state-owned enterprises investments, simply because Indonesia's state-owned enterprises were subject to a law where they would have to prevent any state losses. Any state losses would be subject to criminal proceedings. So that resulted in slow investments from state-owned enterprises. As a result, we revised the law, and then we turned the state-owned enterprises into a corporate structure, semi-corporate, quasi-corporate structure, similar to Khazanah, similar to Temasek. So the task of Danantara is to conduct investments in the various sectors: transportation, energy, infrastructure, etc. And one of the key priorities of Danantara would be to develop renewable energy investments in renewable energy projects. One key project is the one that I had mentioned earlier, the Waste to Energy program that Danantara has been given the task to lead and develop. In any event where we will find shortages of investors and shortages of capital to invest in these waste to energy programs, Danantara would step in and develop this on behalf of the state. However, as I had mentioned, we have seen an oversubscription of interest in the development of waste to energy. We have also seen a significant increase in the development of solar panels. We have successfully developed a floating solar panel on the Cirata Dam in West Java, 145 megawatts peak. We are going to increase this to by another 500 megawatts with the same investor, i.e. Masdar of the UAE. And we're going to have more investments in the form of floating solar power panels. We're also increasing our investments in the geothermal space. Obviously, we have ample of geothermal capacity, and under Danantara, we have Pertamina geothermal energy and PLN geothermal. The PLN is the equivalent to Tenaga here, and these are also basically tasked by Danantara to develop geothermal capacity. And these are the various investments that we will bring to the market and offer to investors on a public-private partnership basis. Because the total investments of our 10-year energy development plan, where renewable energy will be dominant, is approximately $190 billion. I mean, the government will not be able to carry the entire weight by itself. So that is why Danantara has been given the task to open the renewable energy market to potential investors, so we can develop this together on a B2B basis.
Very, very interesting. I believe with this ambition, it would really help to propel the regional's aspiration towards net zero. We are now opening the floor to questions. Unfortunately, the mic has to be standing there. So if you may, please approach the mic. We are going towards less labor-intensive setting. Thank you. Yeah, please. We'll collect questions, probably 3 questions in one row, so that to ease your movement. Thank you. Please, please address yourself first, and then the question.
You know me. I'm Parvana Valieva, representing Azerbaijan Parliament. I'm asking question to honorable speakers. First of all, thank you very much for your presentations. Our country located geographically between Europe and Asia, so we always bridging Asia to Europe. We have 4 green energy corridors now. That is, the projects are implementing now. One of them is Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Azerbaijan green energy corridor that links clean electricity from Central Asia through Caspian Sea to Europe and beyond. So this is a very good project that is supported by ADB, Asian Development Bank, and also Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. I would like to ask you, because our region's a bit different, but do you see any opportunity for ASEAN region to collaborate Caspian Sea, like bridging Caspian Sea with South China Sea, to export green electricity from ASEAN region to Europe and beyond through Caspian Sea or Central Asia? Do you think there is such opportunity for this region? Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Your Honorable. I think we now see ourselves as world architect. How can we really bridge all these hindrances and obstacles? Second question, please.
Greetings, panel members. I do have 2 questions. But the answers, I believe, would be...
Out one question, but you can break that to 1A and 1B.
Okay, 1A and 1B. 1A is directed to Mr. Koh from SEDA. So you have mentioned that you have several programs to encourage renewable energy generation. So are these programs, the processes, applications, approval and connection, is it designed for scalability and inclusivity, or it's favoring the larger players? That's the first question.
All right.
Question 1B for YB Wong Chen. The question is, given that over 60% of Malaysia's current energy grid still depends on non-renewable sources, how does the government's push for EV, electric vehicle adoption, align with the goal of genuine decarbonization? Thank you.
Thank you. A very Malaysia-centric question. I'm sure speakers will be able to pick this up. Our last guest.
I like that all the questions coming from women. It balanced the all male speakers.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
My question is for Pak Edi Suparno. So in the European Union, Pak Edi, the energy sector has been liberalized to foster competition among private players, while government maintain the monopoly only for the infrastructure, considering that the high cost of infrastructure and also the strategic importance. The rationale is also that the competition can drive efficiency and deliver greater benefits to the customers. But I think this is a contrast to Indonesia. So the Article 33.3 of our Constitution states that the land, water, and natural resources contained therein shall be controlled by the state and utilized for the greatest prosperity of the people. So with the climate bill currently being championed under your leadership, alongside the existing regulations that you mentioned on renewable energy, how do you see Indonesia should striking a balance between maintaining state control over natural resources as mandated by the Constitution, but also embracing a more liberalized approach that could enhance competition and eventually benefiting the people rather than just certain groups? Thank you.
Thank you. So we have one second round. We'll have second round, no race. Happy to see that, yeah? Very enthusiastic audience. We have one global question, one Malaysia question, and one Indonesia question. So that balances out too. Who would like to start first? Okay.
Okay, I can start first. Question 1A about the scalability of RE programs, the RE installations. So as I was mentioning, in Malaysia, the good thing is because we have a lot of different programs to cater for different segments of of consumers and developers. So if you talk about if you are big developers, you're talking about 100 megawatt, 200 megawatt, then you're talking about LSS program. But if you look into the feed-in tariff program, if you look and read our Renewable Energy Act, projects under FIT is limited up to 30 megawatt. All right, meaning from smaller scales up to 30 megawatt. So usually, from what we see in terms of historical trends and everything, the applicants for FIT projects, actually for the biogas, biomass, small hydro, they are mostly SME companies. SME, smaller scales. And if you talk about household, then we have, we just ended one program called the Net Energy Metering Program. So from the Net Energy Metering Program, when we started the FIT program in 2011 up to 2016, 2017, giving out the FIT quota, in terms of rooftop installations, we were at 9,000 rooftops. But when we ended the Net Energy Metering Program in June of this year, we ended up with 100,000 rooftops. Meaning houses, smaller, shop lots, factories. So the programs that we are having in Malaysia caters for all different segments of people. All right? I hope that answers your question. All right.
Wong Chen?
Yeah, we have an energy crisis with a microphone. Okay, first to the Honorable Azerbaijan Member of Parliament. Not likely that we're going to be supplying you electricity. You're just too far away, or you supplying to us. But I think there will be lots of opportunity for Malaysian companies or ASEAN companies, if we feel that we're quite competitive and have the know-how, to go there and explore, maybe joint venture. And same also for Azerbaijan, because you are, as I understand, is very good in wind power, right? Yeah, so you could come here to, may help out Indonesia or something like that. But I think exchanging information, thinking about regulation and policy together will be very, very useful. As for the 1B question regarding the EV, it's quite simple. We have a lot of ample electricity even now from conventional energy. Our reserve margin is very high, around 35 to 40%. Most of the power producers are paid on a take or pay structure, which means we pay them on capacity. So there are need for us to use up as much as possible. Otherwise, this energy are wasted, right? The main issue is going to EV means that we're going to cut the consumption of oil, and the subsidies going to oil for petrol is around 30 to 40 billion a year. With the recent adjustment, we have reduced maybe 10 to 15 billion potentially. But it's a very heavy cost. But if you imagine tomorrow or the next 10 years, Malaysian companies are like 60, 70% EV, we can save 20 billion from the subsidies. That 20 billion can be redirected to renewable energy. So that's the correlation between the two. But it's, in a simple mathematical model, you can show how you can do it. But to do it needs political will. As I say, we need to arrange for anti-monopolistic position. We need to have full transparency and accountability. We need a diversified, more resilient power purchasing agreement, power producer arrangement. Okay, thank you.
Well, okay, thank you for the question. First of all, when it comes to energy infrastructure, it is the task of the government to develop infrastructure. Simply because I think certain infrastructure, for instance, transmission lines, generates a relatively low IRR of probably 2 to 3%. No private investor would want to invest in it. So it is the government's task to do so. So private sector participation will be welcomed in developing power generation facilities. And the government would continue to build, to improve the grid, basically develop transmission lines, simply because Indonesia's renewable energy sources are scattered all over the country and are in places where the energy demand is relatively low. So you have to transmit it from southeast Sulawesi to Java and Sumatra, where probably the most of the demand comes from, and so are the other potential renewable energy sources. Should we encourage an open market for energy in Indonesia? As you had mentioned, Article 33.3 mentions that the government is basically coordinating the entire resources sector in Indonesia for the good of the people. But if you look at Article 33.4, that Indonesia's development plan going forward should be based on a sustainable platform, which means that we are focusing on renewable energy, we are focusing on the energy transition, and we're focusing also on climate action steps going forward. So I think if we open the market completely, it will be somewhat challenging, especially if once market forces take place. It will result probably in an increased energy price for the general public. And this in an environment like Indonesia, where you are somewhat in a environment where subsidies,
in the dilemma.
the subsidies are very high. This year's subsidies is about 350 trillion rupiah, about $22 billion US. And the next year's subsidies will increase. And this is going to be a very challenging part, simply because it will somewhat bring down, or if not eliminate, the buying power of the general public. And in a country where 60% of the economy is driven by public consumption and government spending, an increase in energy prices would definitely result in a drop in the public consumption. So that's why I think for the time being, and I think for a significant time going forward, I think a mix and a balance between a semi-open market and a government controlled in critical areas should still be maintained.
Okay, thank you. We now we'll have second round, but a pretty quick one, so we could only allow maximum maybe one question. Please. The mic is at the center. And we will then maybe have the panel to respond. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have only two questions to ask. Number one, I think one of the Indonesian speaker mentioned about ocean thermal energy, right?
Geothermal.
No, ocean thermal energy.
Ocean thermal.
I'm just wondering whether any of country in Asia or ASEAN have gone into this kind of energy conversion, number one. Because in Malaysia, my good friend, Professor Dr. Abu Bakar, has been doing research on OTEC for some time. But I don't see any takers for the time being. So any other countries besides Malaysia mentioned, we have not gone into implementation yet, only research, have done this. Another one is with regard to nuclear energy. Are ASEAN moving towards nuclear energy? Just what France is doing. I think France, in terms of their energy, is about 60% is nuclear energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just in the interest of time, so you may pick up the question and if you have any to respond.
Okay, nuclear energy, very quickly. Small reactors is the way going forward. if Bill Gates and Greta Thunberg are talking about it as a potential solution, whether Malaysia should explore, I don't think so still. I think we still have biomass and biogas. As for geothermal, ocean thermal, I have no idea. But my friend CY is here. Do you know anything about it? You do? You want to answer? Okay. You can talk to him later.
After that. Yeah, can have private conversation.
Yes, thank you. Well, in our national electricity development plan over the next 10 years, we have 500 megawatts of nuclear incorporated in this. So we expect to develop our nuclear capabilities. The issue is one of which technology to use, because any technology we would use going forward would have a geopolitical aspect attached to it. Will we use Chinese technology? Will we use US technology, Russian technology, South Korean technology? So it's a bit of a challenge that we are currently undergoing to choose the right technology for us. In addition to that, we have also challenges in looking at the economics of nuclear. My office has done the simulation on how much nuclear would cost end consumers. And one of our simulations actually showed that even if we were to produce any type of energy from any sources and give it for free to the general public, would be still cheaper than produce nuclear energy. So this is something that we are still considering, but we have this in our plan, and hopefully by 2034, we would be probably 80-90% there for the use of nuclear energy.
Great. Okay.
Ocean thermal again, but we haven't done the economics yet, and since we are similar to Malaysia, we still have plenty of biofuel capacity that we can develop. I think that is the route we are going to.
Yeah, definitely we need more discussion. But Mr. Koh, do you have any last words to conclude?
Okay, maybe I will touch a bit on ocean thermal. I think because we've seen that technology, some countries in Europe might be doing it. But the main reason, I think, why, usually people approach SEDA and talk about, new technologies. So usually the question is not about the technology itself, because technology is working somewhere else. Definitely, if you talk about wind, simple wind. Wind is mature technology in Europe, a lot of places. In Malaysia, if you tell me, can you do wind? My answer will be yes. But at what price? Same goes with OTEC. If you're talking about having a technology where the tariff is then 1 ringgit 20 cents or 1 ringgit 50 cents, then whether it makes commercial sense when we can do bioenergy for 40 cents. I think it's not a matter of technology. It's a matter of the commercial aspect. All right?
Yeah, got it. So back to the price signal, right? So I think with that, right, let us put our hands together to thank our three panel speakers for giving a very concise but yet comprehensive sharing to all of us, given very limited time. Just 2 points to make. First is that about nuclear. Though I'm no moderator, but I did publish a paper recently in Malaysia Parliament Journal on the preparation that we need to have before we have nuclear. So do read about it in Malaysia Parliament Journal. Second point is that hopefully the conversation will help shape our collective path towards a resilient, inclusive and low-carbon ASEAN energy future with all this discussion. But I also have to share with you all that as the president of Southeast Asia Parliamentarians Against Corruption, I think it's all important that for us to continue to ensure transparent yet professional process, and especially on investment, so that we could continue to attract and also encourage more investment that is of high quality. Yeah. So with that, I would like to end this session with another round of applause, yeah, for all of you. Thank you very much for giving us the floor. See you again.
Thank you, our esteemed panelists and moderator, for your information sharing. Please remain on stage. We would like to invite Her Excellency Architect Siti Roza Merianti, Datuk Haji Abdul Rahman, Secretary General of IPA, to be on stage to present tokens of appreciation to our panelists. May I call upon Honorable Wong Cheng. Honorable Eddie Soprano. Mr. Koh Ken Sen. And our moderator, Honorable Lee Chien Chun. Thank you, Your Excellency, and our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a brief 5-minute break as our team prepares the stage for the next session. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as we begin session 4. Ladies and gentlemen, this session focuses on groundbreaking innovations that are revolutionizing how energy is generated, stored, and utilized, therefore reshaping the policy, markets, and sustainability goals. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. Lim Chen Yuan, Group CEO of Yin Song Holdings Berhad, to deliver the keynote remarks.
Hi everyone. I honestly didn't know I had to do the keynote, but it's good. No, it's about renewable energy. I think something we're quite passionate about. Coming off the ASEAN Week, I think that in renewable energy, there's a lot of opportunities for ASEAN to work together. There's capital, there's hydro, there's the sun, there's wind in the whole of ASEAN. If we can put things together, I think it's a wonderful thing that we can. So I think the next session is actually our panel. We're going to talk about innovation. We're going to talk about renewable power. We're going to talk about electrification. We're going to talk about how ASEAN can tap on this clean energy move to benefit from it. So I think it's going to be an interesting panel later on, and I hope we can have a discussion. I'm from the private sector. Very different views from government, very different views from parliamentarians, I guess. So I hope we can have a further discussion later on, and hope ASEAN and many countries benefit from this new wave of cleaner, cheaper, and more affordable power. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lim, for your speech. We now move on to the panel discussion. I would like to invite on stage the moderator, Dr. Han Po Ming, Senior Energy Economist, Area. Next, I have the honor to invite the panelists to take their seats on stage. Please welcome Dato Engineer and Technologist Razib Dawood, Executive Director of ASEAN Center for Energy, ACE. Mr. Lim Chen Yuan, Group CEO, Yin Song Holdings Berhad. Mr. Romel Hernandez, Director for Energy Policy, Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities, ICSC. Mr. Julian Tan, Senior Lecturer of Electrical and Robotics Engineering, Department of Monash University, former member of the Parliament of Malaysia. I now pass the floor to the moderator, Dr. Han Po-Ming, to begin the panel discussion. The floor is now yours, Dr. Han.
Thank you so much again. Very good afternoon. I think this is going to be the last session, and I hope that this session the most enjoyable session also. So before I start, I just want to convey my gratitude and thanks to Her Excellency Architecture City Rosai Marie Yanti Dato Haji Abdul Rasman, the Secretary General of IPA, and also Honorable Excellency Wong Chen, the Chairperson of the Select Committee on International Relations and Trade, Parliamentarian Member of Malaysia, and Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, once again, very good afternoon. I think this session is very inspiring. I think after the 3 sessions already this morning, I think to some extent be able to wrap up, to some extent to highlight this session again so that we can understand the whole day session. This session 4 is about recharge and reinvent the technology shaping our energy future. I will not take much time because we here very privileged to have with us today with the exceptional panel of the experts representing the government, industry, academy, and civil society. Each bring a very unique perspective and experience. So I think first Dato Engineer Razib Dawood, the Executive Director of ASEAN Center for Energy. He's leading regional cooperation and policy coordination to advance ASEAN sustainable energy transition. And on my left, Mr. Lim Chen John, I think he's already given a remark on this session. He's a Group Chief Executive Officer of Johnson Holding Berhad, pioneering in green technology and renewable energy investment across Asia and beyond. And we have Mr. Professor Julian Tan, the Senior Lecturer in Electrical and Robotic Engineer at Monash University, Malaysia, also a former Member of Parliament. I think combining his academic insight with policy-making experience will bridge innovation in governance, will bring very unique experience to the panel. And the fourth one is Mr. Romil Hernandez. He's Director for Energy Policy at the Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities. He's driving inclusive, low-carbon policy that places people and community at the heart of energy transition. So I think with us today, we have excellent 4 panelists. I will not take much time, just go straight to the question. I think the first round of questions will address to all the panelists, and feel free to elaborate from your background, from your experience, from your whatever you're doing. The question is, what are the most critical issues ASEAN must address to ensure that emerging technology, first I think the keyword is emerging technologies, can effectively support the region transition toward cleaner, smarter, and more resilient energy futures. So I think the emerging technology is the keyword, how we support those. In this regard, I want to invite the first is Dato Razib to respond to this question, and just by order. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Han. Again, thank you to the organizer for inviting the ASEAN Center for Energy, or ACE. We are based in Jakarta. We were founded about 26 years ago by this ASEAN energy minister. They decided they need their own think tank. As intergovernmental organization, we provide policy advice, and we also do a lot of scenarios planning and research and hub for data and knowledge among 10 ASEAN member states. So a few weeks ago, the energy ministers for ASEAN met here in Kuala Lumpur. So they have decided many important policy direction among ASEAN to forge ahead energy cooperation among now 10 ASEAN member states, including Timor-Leste. So before I can answer your question, Dr. Han, we have these three rules that we always question ourselves or guide when we devise a policy. I think I'm sure you have heard about energy trilemma, that we must balance between energy security, energy affordability, and also energy sustainability. And we also have another 3 golden rules in terms of energy security. So we have to make sure we diversify our energy resources, and we have predictability and energy resources, as well as important thing, energy collaborations are working together. In terms of technology, I think we are getting more and more dependence on technologies as we are switching over from fuel into tech. When you talk about tech, it's including not only emerging technologies, but well-matured technologies. If I can begin with the end in mind, what we have to strategize is we have to accelerate the deployments of matured technology. Matured technology, what I mean is solar and wind and geothermal, biofuel, bioenergy, biomass, and biogas. And that on generation side, we also have to accelerate deployments of energy storage, either battery energy storage or hydro pump storage or thermal energy storage. But not to forget, we have to modernize the grid. But grid is important delivery system. Without strong delivery system, you can't evacuate power to reach the end consumers. And also, as grid becomes smarter and smarter, with variability of renewable energy or intermittency of renewable energy. And we also have to look at the advancement in transmission, ultra high voltage and high voltage direct current long transmission. And not to forget low carbon, emerging technology. I think previous panel discussed on option on nuclear power plant, civilian nuclear power, small modular reactors technology. And of course, the other sectors, not to forget transportation sectors, EV car, train, electric train, EV charging infrastructure, and also the other focus on hard-to-abate industry, steel, aviation, shipping, and we do have option on sustainable aviation fuel, hydrogen, not green hydrogen, but the blue hydrogen from natural gas and ammonia and so on. So on industrial, on transport, on industrial, heat pump, electric furnace, and of course, the best ideal example is clean green hydrogen and carbon capture, not only storage, carbon capture, also carbon utilization, and the low-hanging fruit, EE and C, energy efficiency and conservation. And, the more advanced people are looking at direct air capture of CO2 and storage. We can also do, reforestation, sustainable land management, carbon, even as simple as carbon management software, tracing our carbon footprint. And those are the lists of, mature, emerging, and, promising future of technology. But again, you talk about strategy, we have to have, a consistent policy, and we have to accelerate. I think what's the purpose of we are talking here on energy transition? I think the main purpose is to address the environmental issue, the climate change. So those are the important purpose. But of course, the benefit, you can gain a lot of benefit, economic benefit, social benefit, employments, a new type of economic that will add to your, the traditional economy, new energy or green growth, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, I mean, Dr. Han, I hope I answered your question, but, I just give you overall, but I'm yet to share what, the ASEAN strategy moving forward. I hope we can address on the next round, yeah.
Thank you so much, Dato Razib. I know exactly what he's going to say very precisely. I think he mentioned all range of technology, but the more important, deploy the mature technology. That is the cheapest way to do. Because I think range of technology, some of those I think early and immature. I think what his key message, I think the mature technology, that will be the best way to go first. And also I think he lists all the technology from the whole system, from upstream transformation and also at the sectoral, the technology that which is a one of the low-hanging fruit is about this, let's say, energy efficiency and other. We come back and to discuss detail about that. Allow me, Dato, to move to the next speaker here, entrepreneur. I think we want to see his perspective on the issue, how technology can support energy transition, and those range of technology are subject to different risks, and how the investment side will look at those technology. Then the floor is yours, Mr. Lim Chien Juan. We want to hear from you, please.
Hi, I think, hi everyone, I'm CY. I'm running Yinsen Holdings, an energy infrastructure company. And I think while we'd like to talk about emerging technologies and all, the current technologies out there today, I think, already allow us to have a smart, efficient grid in the future, right? A strong energy solution for ASEAN, right? If we work together, right? I think that's the key, because we talk about there's so many new technologies, and Dato said so many technologies, but I mean, solar also didn't come overnight. It went through a lot of changes 15 years ago to be a mature technology today. And a lot of this was because of size, scale of production. So a lot of people think that if we have new technologies that can bring down the cost of power, it just doesn't happen overnight. It has gone through it's gone through 2 big rounds of bankruptcies before we see technology today where it is. And so we need to appreciate the development of solar to be such a solid form of power in our energy mix today. So I think as we think and look forward, we also need to realize that, on top of the existing energy that we need to replace to be green, there's a lot more demand. Demand is going up, right? So that transition is key, and therefore I think gas is still a very solid transition fuel that will be here for many years to come, because people are underestimating the need for huge amount of power, right, with these AI data centers coming up. And that's the reality of things, right? I've been in the oil business for 10, 15 years now. Every year they say peak oil. Every year the oil demand goes up, right? The need for power and energy, all forms of energy, is going up, and therefore that's why we need to find new solutions to replace the dirtier ones, right, and affordable ones. So as that a backdrop, I think ASEAN is in a very strategic location, place to benefit from this. Last week, as Malaysia hosted ASEAN, the summit, I think we discussed about the ASEAN power grid, and I thought that was something very interesting. It really brings the whole ASEAN together, right? I mean, talk about how can we have an effective grid on top of having a lot of batteries to support solar. But throughout ASEAN, there's Laos, there's Sarawak, there's a couple of places that have good potential for hydro, right? There's a huge amount of solar, not the best, but there's solar throughout of ASEAN, right? And to connect ASEAN with this ASEAN power grid, I think it's a fantastic story, because there's GDP multipliers, it's a new business. Europe already has it, right? Europe has it, and And for ASEAN, right, we are able to put all these solutions together. And the beauty of ASEAN, we also have Singapore in ASEAN, which has very low borrowing costs. So if Singapore backs the ASEAN Power Grid from a financial perspective, right, this whole financing costs will go down. We will have wind in Vietnam, we have hydro in other parts. All this putting together will really make ASEAN have an effective form, and we talk about the energy trilemma. We will have a more affordable, cleaner, and affordable, clean. It will solve the whole energy trilemma issue. That's why I think so. So everybody needs to work together.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lim, for your great perspective. I think that you stick to really reality, what the transition is, and make sure we make sure that we are more effective and competitive. And then you also highlight importance of ASEAN Power Grid. I think this is a very good start point, and ensure that all diverse and uneven resource distribution can be utilized by having more effective and efficient power grid. And of course, the role of AI will be, smart grid will come in. We'll come back to you, sir, for that. So allow me to move to the next speakers. By order, maybe by sitting order, may I invite first Mr. Romil Hernandez, the Director for Energy Policy. Please, the floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, I think there are 4 points actually to ensure that emerging technologies are given the opportunity to expand in the region. Number 1, regulatory frameworks. Right now, for instance, in the Philippines, we have a very fast uptake of solar, rooftop solar. One of our AI and machine learning aided stock take of our rooftop solar across the Philippines show that there was a huge jump of rooftop solar in the Philippines. In fact, it's more than half that was registered under the net metering program of the Philippines. It only goes to show that there is a huge need, for example, for grid-forming inverters to ensure that the grid remains stable given the variability of rooftop solar, of solar technology. However, the Philippines does not yet have a regulatory framework for grid-forming inverters. So in order for us to ensure that these are deployed properly and strategically in the country, we need regulatory framework. Number 2, data science. We can say that the Philippines is one of the luckiest countries in ASEAN because our the level of our solar radiance is probably 365 or 364 days a year. So that's uncontestable. But however, in terms of where to actually install those solar, those rooftop solar, and at the same time, where to install onshore and offshore wind requires data science. Why? Because that's the only way that we can plan very well with respect to our energy demand via the type of technology, via the kind of technology needed, so that we would be able to maximize the type of renewable technology per island group. Yeah. Third, of course, for ASEAN, there's we're actually proposing for a regional supply chain hub. Why? Because right now, as I was discussing a while ago with Mr. Chris of Singapore a while ago, we don't have local technology. We all import them. Vietnam, the Philippines, both have huge potential for offshore wind. However, technology is imported. Importation of technology means additional cost. in the long run. So there is a need to build the comparative and ensure that we maximize the comparative advantage of each country. For example, if you're talking about ASEAN plus 3, South Korea, for example, can do the shipping, can be in charge of shipping. Vietnam, the Philippines, and even Indonesia can be in charge of components for solar panels, for example. So the region has a huge potential to develop its own supply chain hub to ensure that we remain, that our energy source remain affordable, secure, and reliable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hernandez. I think you bring a very additional perspective here that add to this panel. I think one of the things is, at the same time, you highlight the importance of regulatory frameworks to support a new emerging, let's say, solar rooftop, where you need a lot of system integration. Otherwise, the grid cannot handle. You know that, right? And of course, you need a battery backup to some way to ensure that we can handle this intermittent. But one other thing, I think when you...
May I just advocate that we don't call renewable energy and solar rooftop intermittent, but variable.
Yes.
Because renewables are actually, we can actually say when the sun is going to be covered. So they're not intermittent but variable. I think IEA has already...
fully agree.
Yeah, so
yes.
let's call them variable renewable
Sure.
energy.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
Yes. So I think we're turning this, a way we pursue renewable energy such as solar and wind to be a more stable load with a backup capacity like technology, like battery energy storage, and with the Internet of Things, so that the grid can be, I think, predictable in this way, so you can use this energy. And one other thing I think you highlight of the supply chain, I think that is a new point you add to the panel, is a supply chain that it needs to be made here and available so that live deployment of, let's say, offshore wind and other can happen in very affordable cost here. That's very important. We'll come back to you, Romeo-san. I think allow me to turn to the fourth expert panel is Professor Julian Tan. I think the floor is yours, Prof.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for allowing me to share this stage. Before I begin to share my perspective on what is critical for ASEAN to come together, I'll start by sharing my first point. Allow me, again, to thank IPA for organizing this. I think this is very important. And again, special thanks to IPA and team, and especially Honorable YB Won Cheng for putting this up together. He is someone that really on the ground. I learned so much from these conference forums. For example, like should not eat peanuts before I speak. So learning from him, he's on the ground. and why this forum like this is important? Because we need more of this for regulator, policymaker, industry player like CY, you know, and even community leaders. We have community leaders here like Mr. Oni. He's having camera there, you know, here. They are the one they're reaching out to the rural community. That I think renewable is far more important for them than any one of us, because in urban area we can reach out easily, but for them, community that they're reaching out to is not easy to have energy access. So I believe we need more of this, and I hope in the future, maybe similar forum like IPA, we can have more policymakers, even minister, team, industry players like CY, you know, community leaders like Oni will be here in a very heated, debated environment. That will be good. That will really translate, you know, into actionable plan. Then we can listen to all spectrum. So again, congratulations to IPA for having this. I think this is important. And the second point that I'd like to share, in my perspective, I think would be the, what they call it, interoperability or standard alignment. Without that, you can't scale. Without scalabilities, I believe industry will not come in, because when we talk about renewable, we cannot run away from dollar and cents, right? And you need to scale drastically. And in fact, industry are willing to invest. Where I'm coming from Monash, we have industry that invested in researcher for us to carry out research, doing AI predictive maintenance, like what I think Siwa mentioned that, right? AI things, and it's nothing new, and they are willing to invest. But again, if you talk about this kind of thing, I believe there's no standard alignment between ASEAN countries. If I may put into perspective of aviation, imagine flying aircraft across ASEAN country, and you need political approval and things like that. Aircraft will never fly, right? Because you have aircraft owned by Thailand, fly over to Malaysia, you need to go through all the bureaucracy to get approval and stuff. You can't share this, you can't share that. You can't even carry a camera to take a pictures, then you'll be, all kind of things. But I think from that sense, we can learn from standard like ICAO, or the International Civil Aviation this organization. Even telecommunication, I think we have ITU, and that allowed aircraft to move around, telecommunication to communicate around very fast, seamlessly. And I think we need that in terms of energy sector. For example, like in Malaysia, we may have AI-driven grid, but that kind of data we may not be able to share across with Thailand or Singapore, because maybe there's an issue of data compatibilities, right? So maybe we need some kind of standard alignments that are able to fast track this kind of progress. I think as for now, that's my sharing. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Professor Julian Tan is former also parliamentarian. I think he brings a very additional value to this panel. I think because he's sitting on the aviation panel somehow to support. I think the standard alignment that he highlighted, I think quite important to ensure more efficient traffic, and that very important. But one of the important he highlighted from the early on is he want more policymaker who implement to hear what actually he want to convey in this panel. So I think that up to Professor and Chairman to make sure the next we're going to assemble the more policymaker to hear us. I will not elaborate more, but I want to go the second round of the question, which is in particular for each of panelists. Let me start from Dato' Razif first. How can greater cooperation among ASEAN member states have strengthened enabling regulatory framework and accelerate region renewable energy transition? Prof.
Thank you. The short answer is energy security. I will elaborate more, but I'd like to add on our Filipinos friend here. I mentioned in my first round on list of technology available for us to deploy. We can focus on proven and mature technology quickly. You can rank them in terms of cost, what we call levelized cost of electricity, LCOE. Solar is getting cheap, and wind also getting cheap onshore as well as offshore. But of course, you can add premium. You can also add green attribute to enhance the value of every kilowatt hour of renewable energy. So that will help you to finance RE project. And of course, future there could be a carbon tax, and you can plow back the proceeds from the carbon tax to enhance the bankability and feasibility of the renewable energy project. Yeah. And as I said, what will unify ASEAN, especially I think you mentioned APG. I can understand the frustration. I think APG was conceived many decades ago, exactly more than 30 years ago. It was 1999. It was a noble intention, apart from integrating our economic. I think integrating our power grid is very feasible, very conceivable, because, electricity is very apolitical. Yeah. But of course, we can understand that energy and infrastructure can be very sensitive, very strategic toward every ASEAN member state. They have their own national policy, national self-sufficiency policy, but there are many things that can work together, especially when I talk what is the difference today if you compare to maybe 3-5 years ago. I mentioned Dr. Han, the ASEAN Minister of Energy, have agreed they have signed the new MOU, or we call enhanced APG MOU. So we are shifting the ground from, aspirations and goal and target toward how actually to do it, or how to implement it, how to execute it. So ACE will be already been appointed as the Secretariat for the APG. So currently we have many sub-sector network, a working group, EARNS as regulator working group, and many, HAPWA, head of power utility working group. So we're going to consolidate. So we're going to form a task force to specifically address this issue of, you mentioned, harmonization. I totally agree. So aviation sector have so advanced. So we have to do a catch-up on your sector. On first task force, we're going to look into rules and regulations, the law, especially the policy. We do respect the sovereignty of national agenda, and especially the power development plan, and also that on the first task force. The second task force, we're going to look into technical aspect, the Greek code, how we're going to harmonize interoperability between one operator with other national load dispatch center or the other operators. And then lastly, we're going to look at the commercial aspect, all these wheeling charges, the toll charges. When you trade the electricity across the border, so there could be a country in transit that you had to pay for those, transportation costs, if you want to say it that way. So that on one thing, but the other thing that ministers have agreed, and on the same meeting, we have launched APGF, called APG Financing Mechanism, backup by the World Bank and NDB, initial fund of $10 billion to look onto this bankability and feasibility of those 18 plus projects that we have identified. Interconnectivity project among 10 ASEAN member states. So set number 3. And number 4, we working very hard to finalize a few frameworks. The first framework is a submarine cable framework, because it's quite sensitive for you to lay a cable across many jurisdiction, many territory. So we have to have a common framework to allow those projects, to go through. And the important thing as well, the other ingredients of cross-border is renewable energy certificate. That's very important. I mentioned REC for other countries, for all ASEAN member states to accept. We heard about IREX and many gold standard and so on all over the world. But we do believe that ASEAN must have their own ASEAN standard, ASEAN way of doing things. So we will deliver those framework by end of Philippine chairmanship next year. We also launched a renewable energy long-term roadmap. So how, the overarching target for ASEAN between next year until 2030, this is a formula, what they call a 30, 45, and 40. So target by 2030, the share of RE, 3% RE share on TPAS, total primary energy supply, will be from RE. And on installed capacity, about 45%. So if you if you count the outlook by 2030, so the total energy mix, so installed capacity mix in 10 ASEAN member states, or plus 1, 11, around about 700 gigawatt. So you need 45%, close to 300 plus gigawatt. That's a huge gigawatt that you have to spend on money on that year. And the 40 is reduction on energy intensity. So we have to have more efficient, every GDP per dollar. So we use less electricity. I mentioned EE, energy conservation, and energy efficiency and conservation. So if you look at the, people always ask about the political will. Yeah. I mean, we are talking to the rule maker here in front of us. So we do have highest political commitment, at least on the executive, on energy minister, that they decided to pursue this formula 30, 45, and 40 by the end of 2030. So what we have to do now is to deliver. As I said, ACE at the Secretariat, we are busy with this framework. Of course, there are many issues we have to address. Even elephant in the room. What unify us is energy security. And you heard what happened in Spain in the 24 hours blackout. That the cost of economic impact to their country, I think, huge. So there are economic benefit in terms of avoided costs. If you share, among ASEAN member states, you can delay the capital expenditure on building more reserve capacity on your generation, as well as daily sharing the spinning reserve. You can halve your redundancy during emergency. And then you heard about what happened in this country many months ago, the big natural gas pipeline explosion. But Malaysia is lucky; they have a pipe gas connected with Thailand and as well as Singapore. And you never know that something might, due to human error, the earthquake, happen in Myanmar and Bangkok. So energy security is very important. Everywhere you need energy. What does decarbonize mean? You have to electrify everything. Not only car, not only train. Industrial will be electrified by using electricity, and the more you be dependent on electricity. So important, you have a secure. Energy system, reliable, uninterruptible. You can depend on your trusted neighbors to help you when time in need, when you're in crisis, when you are in distress situation. So I think this will bind. In this ASEAN Power Grid, we bind the 10 or 11 ASEAN members sit together. We move toward our net zero by 2050 and 2060 with massive benefit. We're going to spend a lot of money. If you count up to 2050, it's going to be $1 trillion, not billion, $1 trillion US. Not only the wire, you also have to build power plants and infrastructure and so on. So, is this the last round? You're going to have another round?
One more.
Okay, I'll save my last word. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dato' Razif. I think he really enlightened us about regional progress. I think in terms of what regional framework already exists, and then I think how the region are moving, particularly for the target. I think energy target, particularly energy intensity, and the share of renewable. I think one that is set. I think it drive all investment. But Dato' also highlight many things, including what existing framework, what framework for undersea cable need to be discuss, whatever. I think this is very exciting progress in ASEAN. And I will not wrap up what he's going to say, but I think that's very important part of the progress in ASEAN under his leadership of ASEAN Center for Energy. I will come back to you, Dato'. And my next question is go to Mr. Lim. I think the question is, could you share some of your company, Johnson, key initiative in supporting the energy transition, and how private sector can further contribute to advancing clean technology and sustainable solution?
I think, just an introduction of Yinsen. I think we do all forms of energy from oil and gas production to renewables. And we also, in Malaysia, we do electrification. We've been building up our national charging infra for electric vehicles. We are the largest electric vehicle operator in Malaysia now in terms of EV chargers. We've also launched our first electric boats, commercial. 2 years ago, we launched our prototype. This year, we just launched our commercial electric boats, built in Singapore, going to be operating in Abu Dhabi and Singapore, right, for more developed economies. We talk a bit about carbon capture. We operate a concession in Norway, right next to the Northern Lights project, where we've been drilling for water in this case, so they can trap the CO2. Where it's a joint venture between us and Harbour Energy, where we are working on carbon capture as well. So I think there's a series of things that we work on, but saying that, as we transition, we look at returns, right? Transition can only happen if investors do make money, and if you look at our returns wise, right? Renewables, because the technology is so mature, so powerful, so cheap, right? It is. There's much more competition, much more people in, so returns are lower, right? Electric cars, there's not a lot on the road. It's growing fast, but still not enough. It's not a highly profitable business, but it is a business that is viable over time, I think. And so these are the things that we invest in. So oil and gas is still driving, right? Despite us working so hard to do a lot of transition businesses, right? The truth is oil and gas is still 99% of the group's income, right? It's just so hard to push ourselves to do transition investments because realistically, there's no returns in the new ones, right? And if you talk about 5 years ago where interest rates was like 0%, there was a lot of will to put money into transition technology, right? Or even matured transition technology, for that matter, which is how we managed to get battery prices down. We got a lot of prices down. But when interest rate goes up, costs, the capital look for returns, and that's what has hampered a lot of growth in this technology, which is why it makes a lot of sense to focus a lot more on well-developed technologies, right? When I say well-developed technologies, it's renewables, wind, solar, battery, as renewables, electrification, electric vehicles, very, very cheap form of mobility. In fact, it's cheaper to have electric cars than to have fuel-operated cars. People are not transitioning to that purely because of infrastructure, right? So it's private sector's inability to roll out infrastructure fast enough, and regulations that governments have to regulate have slowed down private sector's involvement to roll charges fast enough. So I think these are a few things. But when I think in Malaysia, at least when we speak to our government, understanding is there, and they do support rollout of infrastructure once they understand the critical issues, right? So I think there needs to be a lot of engagement between private and public and government to move things faster. And the last part I will touch on is carbon capture, right? Whether it's the right thing to do, right? Europe has a lot of belief in it. They've charged a lot of carbon taxes over the years. They've got a pool of carbon tax. But in ASEAN, right, where we have, like I said, we have GDP per capita in countries at nearly 100,000 to countries with 2,000, right? Is carbon tax something that we as different countries want to do, right? It does hamper your productivity, in your industries, right? So that's not a question for me. That's more for government, right? And it does make you less competitive, right? Because to capture carbon is not cheap. Just for example, we are doing carbon capture in Europe because we got a big grant, right? The grant was 225 million euros, right? To bring, and that alone is not enough to make carbon capture even competitive to carbon tax yet, right? So is it something that governments, if they want to push towards compliance carbon tax, is the size big enough to drive investments, first of all, right? It needs to be a lot of carbon tax to drive, but to make it viable, it will make industries less efficient on their costs. So not really a question for me, but more a question for the government. But where I'm coming from is if governments put the money behind certain beliefs they have, they can't put it throughout all the beliefs, just certain beliefs, it will drive a lot of investments, which we've seen in solar, right? NETR, 9,000 homes to 100,000 homes. All these do drive, a lot of investments into the sector. That's my takeaway.
Mr. Lim, I think this is very most insightful from private sector perspective. I think one of the keywords he delivered is invest in well-developed technology, because that is where the risk is very low, because we cannot ask private sector to share so much risk for some uncertain technology, emerging technologies. I think if government want to really private sector to jump in, I think they need to subsidize or some of the technology, some of the framework that, let's say, carbon credit and other need to be appropriate and to support such kind of development. I think that is quite clear message from private investors. So I think the early stage of technology, that a lot of technical risk, uncertainty, including regulation risk, I think government role quite important. Once it becomes mature, he take example like solar, then private sector will come in right away. I think that to some extent the responsibility of risk sharing have to be understood in that regard. I think I really love that point of view, and I think we need to accelerate, but at the same time, government role quite important to support this during energy transition. Allow me to move on to the next panelist, Mr. Romil. The question is, as ASEAN accelerate renewable energy deployment, how can we ensure that technological innovation deliver affordable, reliable, and sustainable benefit for all community?
Number one, there is a need to create an environment that encourages renewables. Offshore wind may still have a very high LCOE. I think if you're going to compare it with nuclear, it's competing with nuclear when it comes to with the technology with the highest LCOE. However, with the right regulatory framework and with the right support of the government in terms of encouraging more investments and in terms of spreading out when to pay back the foreign investments, and how they will going to charge consumers. I think there's a way to make it affordable. Second, based on our modeling work, there is some sort of curtailment, for example, for offshore wind. So we're saying that because right now our grid system is not that smart. It's not that advanced right now. And in order for the grid to absorb evacuated energy from offshore wind, it has to curtail around 30 to 40% of its capacity. Imagine 30 to 40% being wasted. So what can regulation can do with that kind of scenario? Number one, the government can actually encourage investments of high or energy demand, high intensive energy industry in injection points of offshore wind. For example, data centers. It's a high intensive industry. Imagine if you're going to move it from Metro Manila down to one of the injection points in Mindoro Island or in Negros. You're not only going to use around 20 to 30% of the curtailed capacity of offshore wind, but you're also developing a new economic activity in the region. Whereas you're actually decrowding what's the economic activity in Metro Manila and bringing them and spreading them across the country, making economic development not only sustainable but more inclusive in the long run. So that's one way to do so. Number two, of course, automatic fuel pass-through. Right now, coal power plants still has automatic fuel pass-through provisions in their PPAs. That's why it's a bit difficult for renewables to compete with them. Although we have our preferential dispatch policy, we have our JAP to ensure off-takers for all RE projects, we still have that in PPAs. And our PPAs are still around, are still good for 10 to 20 years, preventing our electric cooperatives and distribution utilities to have the choice to go for cheaper, cleaner, affordable energy sources. So, energy is a very complex sector. I think all of our distinguished panelists will agree with me. It's a very complex sector because in one way, you want to bring down the cost. However, if you do that, you're changing the game, or you're changing the rules of the game in the middle of the game. In a way, if you do that, there is a possibility that you're sending the wrong signal to the market. That in the Philippines, PPAs, even if they're 20 years, can be changed in, let's say, in 5 to 7 years. No one's going to invest anymore. So there should be a good balance between regulatory frameworks and at the same time encouraging renewables. I don't have the answer right now. And I think we have experts in our government, and they're doing their best, actually, even in ACE. They're doing their best to make the energy in the region, even in the Philippines, affordable, reliable, and secure.
Thank you so much, Mr. Romil. I think you bring very exciting and value added to the panel here, because I think regulation in a way that we need to design to accommodate the more efficient renewable energy to come online. By understanding the lock-in like PPA 20-25 year, and if you immediately not design carefully, you're going to pay very high costs. That's what his message. But at the same time, we should design in a way, in regulation, to allow more renewable, let's say offshore wind and other, to come in, so that we will not have so much reserve capacity. If you build so much renewable at the same time, where you already have a lock-in PPA, you're going to pay very high costs. So I think regulation side have to be carefully and see how the phase out of those PPA and allow more market to play in terms of a real market integration. I think will need to happen to ensure that cost of electricity will based on demand and supply. It's not on the fixed agreed PPA contract. In this way, I think you will have the more efficient power generation to come online and make sure that in the next couple of decades, we're going to have very sustainable and more clean energies in our system. Thank you so much, Mr. Romil. Let me move to Professor Julian Tan, I think, because of the order. The question is based on your experience in academic and policy making. How can we bridge innovation and policy to drive ASEAN renewable energy transition, Prof?
Thank you, Prof. Allow me to slightly deviate a bit. I'm excited when Dato' shared about the harmonization. Allow me again to use aviation as an example. As we are speaking right now, as I was told, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I was in Beijing. There are 1,000 delivery drones flying in China as we are speaking at this moment. You know, and when you talk about that emerging technology, disruptive technology, you cannot run away from drones, eVTOLs, and AI, right? But as you can see that while China, they already have companies that already certified their unmanned flying things, or what we call this, the flying car, the one that can carry passenger, or let's name it eVTOL. The US FAA are doing it, the Europeans are doing it. But again, when I went to China, I spoke to some of the founders. They were aiming at ASEAN market. Why? Because this eVTOLs, one of the biggest markets is ASEAN. We need it for island hopping. We need it to travel to KLIA. I don't want to use 45 minutes or 1 hour when there's a jam. I want to use only 10 minutes from city to KLIA, right? So there's a bigger pie here in ASEAN. China is basically a big land, right? Here we can do island hopping, in Philippines especially, for example. But again, once they get the aircraft certified, you can't use in Malaysia. That's the thing. So that's how much we are missing out if the policy did not catch up. How much when we use this as an example? Again, back to the question of bridging innovations and policy. I believe it starts by translating research into decision-ready informations. You know, being a policy maker myself before, I know the MPs are very busy, super busy. They got no time at all to get into all these kind of things. But again, we're another head of as an academician. You know, to get a PhD on average, PhD in engineering, it took about 6 years to 9 years, right? That long. So people like us, I'm new kid in the block. Okay? I just got my PhD, so it's okay for me to say that, right? These are the hardcore. Professor Han and many more down there are the hardcore. I'm not the hardcore. So 6-7 years we've been, you know, looking at data and stuff. That's why I got my Panda Eye, Panda Day Eye. You know, that's how I got it. So we've been trained to decipher facts, data, and turn it into actionable insight. So may I ask politely, use us. Use the researcher, use the hardcore researcher, get them to get data ready for you. Be it a comprehensive data or a one-page data that your member of parliament can use to debate in parliament. They can get ready for you. Let's work with the policymakers. So I think that is the fastest way, right? And second, if I may, because we have hardcore researchers here from Monash, from Taylor's, I know from UITM as well. We have students from Intan here that I know of, and some others, institutions. As a former politician, I learned one thing. You can wake up, I'm not sure whether Honorable Wan Cheng will agree with me, maybe he will agree, because I learned from him as well when I first, become an MP. I really learned from him. You can wake up 5 o'clock in the morning and work until midnight, go to flood, go to your villages and run around, until 12 o'clock midnight, skip your meal and have your first meal at 12 o'clock midnight. Have instant noodles, that's all, for months. And people will still think that you are not on the ground. Unless it is published. Unless the information is outside. Unless you post it somewhere in your Facebook. Unless you come out for press. Therefore, I would like to encourage our academician, right? People, researcher. You guys are the expert, right? So don't just bury yourself on publishing journals. You need to get your information outside. You need to engage the press. Publish more expert opinion. Not just once a year. Not just once a month. Make it once a week. That's why sometimes we researchers, we were thinking, how come the policymaker, how come the people don't know about this emerging technology, disruptive technology? Because the fault is on us as well. Because we are the expert, but we bury ourselves in just writing journals rather than, share it on the public spaces. I think we have that responsibility as well as academicians to learn to be a bit like politicians, right? Publish more expert opinion on the press. So I think that will be one of perhaps the key. Thank you.
Great, Professor Julian Tan. I think you are in the best position to bridge both of the world, from academic to this policy maker. I think I don't have any comment on that point. I think you put and elaborate quite excellent on that point. I think sometimes we need to catch up in terms of regulation to ensure that, because innovation is going too fast, sometimes we don't understand. That's why I please invite researcher from time to time to brief you. I think that's quite important so that regulation can speed up. For example, you highlight on drone. Island hopping, I really enjoying on that model. So very exciting, by the way, that we can discuss more about that. I think very, very great. Allow me to go to the last question, which allow all the experts here to address to the same question. How we ensure ASEAN energy transition remain both innovative and inclusive. Whatever you think, just you from your experience and from your work, and how really we keep pace in terms of how we keep innovative and inclusive, make sure that energy transition will not leave anyone behind. Start with Prof. Razib.
Thank you. I think we are lucky to have the leaders of ASEAN, to maintain their vision of 2050 or 2060 to reach net zero of carbon neutrality. depend on which ASEAN member state. And of course, Philippines, they are targeting, they call low carbon economy. I think despite the uncertainty and the volatility happening, geopolitical or geoeconomic, ASEAN is steadfasting their vision toward achieving low carbon energy. So that's a good news. And I think same time, the leaders also have a plan how to move forward, and their strong commitment. So I would just like to highlight the importance of energy transition when you address the volatility and predictability, and mention the 3 golden rules of energy security, which is diversification, and number 2, predictability, and as well number 3, important cooperation, working together, especially among 11 ASEAN member states. When you do transitioning of your system energy from hydrocarbon based into more technology based, so you are going away from dependency on fuel. Fuel from oil and gas and coal and so on and so forth. So this will relieve volatility threat on. I think I just born in 70s when we have this major oil crisis, and as recent as after COVID, Ukraine and Russian war, we have this LNG and natural gas price, and coal went to the roof. So we suffered, and that impact the inflation and affordability. Then also some kind of creating a little bit of political turmoil in every country, not only ASEAN member state, all over the world. So if we learn from that lesson, I think technology will offer us a more predictable future. We have abundance of a mineral, of course, a critical mineral, but if you compare to the mining volume for mining, if you compare to oil and gas, I think it's only fraction that we are mining the mineral to build, wind turbine and solar photovoltaic and other technologies, equipments here. So again, transitioning from high carbon into low carbon will create many opportunities. A new economic, green growth economic, green opportunity, and you're talking about invention, creativity. So that will require ASEAN member states to be more creative, be more innovative. And we are very large economy. At the moment, we are number 5. So we're going to target to be number 4 by 2030, if I'm not mistaken. The populations are growing very fast. At the moment, approaching 700, 670. And the growth of the economy, of GDP, ranging from 4 to 8%. And the demands of energy will 3 times increase. That's really a challenge. I think if I can address to the honorable parliamentarian, the rule makers, it's important for us to have a rule-based society, and also important for us to have a law, legislation that can chart the future, can address the environmental impact and the future, environmental impact, and how we're going to address this, frequent occurrence of weather, climate change, and so on. So I think we're on the right track. So what we need to do is to accelerate. I don't think there's much time from today until 2050. We have to do something. I think the cost of inaction will be multiple. You compare to what you're doing to do today.
Great, bro. I think that very impactful, insightful remark from the last question. And may I move straight to Mr. Lim for the same question?
I think we all need to think about why are we talking about energy transition and why is energy so strategic and important for the future. I think, and that's why we're all here. It's because, you know, with AI coming on stream, AI, if people have used it, realize how fast and how efficient it is for you to get information, to move things, right? So we can see if you have no access to AI, you know, it's going to, you know, make the gap between the ones with the AI tools and the ones with no AI tools much further apart. That's why all our governments around the world and a lot in ASEAN as well are pushing for AI, right? And you know, to get the computing power, the energy resources behind. So a lot of this infrastructure energy that we talk about is to make sure we have an AI-enabled society in the future. So that's the first thing, right? Why we need it. And in order to execute these projects, right, I think the cost, when we do projects, right, the biggest cost of high capital intensive is never the procurement, right? I think a lot of us are very focused about the procurement. Oh, this one is more expensive by $1 million, that one's it's never the procurement. It's always the time it takes to deliver. Time is the biggest cost in high capex intensive projects, right? And you can see that, right? If you had built a highway today as 20 years ago, right? The price of today's highway would never be commercially viable, you know. So we need to build things along the way and execute projects. So the cost of, like what Dato said, the cost of inaction is very, very high, because the later we build, the more expensive it is. The more expensive it is, we'll never build. And in fact, if we build something today, 20 years from today, we're going to say, it's so cheap. You know, it's so cheap, right? So cost of time is very expensive. And therefore, you know, people have different view. But I believe, right, infrastructure projects of size should be given to bigger companies, right, and not spread out to many small companies, because bigger companies have the ability to put capital on it. Bigger companies have the ability to hire great resources globally, human resources, to drive project execution, right? And reality is big companies focus on high value products. They won't do end-to-end to do the small businesses, right? And they'll outsource to SMEs. So it's not just the big companies that will benefit. The ecosystem, their supply chain will benefit. There's no big company out there that executes project entirely alone. They need to subcontract a lot of work out to smaller companies, because that's the best way for them to execute projects as well. So I see a lot of governments talk about, oh, we should not give to them. They've got a lot of projects already. We should not give. But by not giving to companies with good track record of execution, good balance sheet, the projects will never get delivered, because it just doesn't, they don't have the experience, the smaller companies. So I always believe, right, execution is key, and to execute, you need to give companies with the right experience, track record, and not just the cheapest price. Because like I said, the cheapest price not delivered, 10 years down the road, you execute a project, it's going to be even more expensive. Like we talked about APG. Imagine if APG, the Asian Power Grid, was really delivered 30 years ago. The people of ASEAN today will benefit so much from it, you know. And if we do it today, 30 years today, the panel here would say, luckily we built it 30 years ago, you know. I mean, it's the reality of things. So time is the biggest cost. I think that's what I'm up to. So as much as governments do not like to make the bigger companies bigger, right? But in reality, if you don't do that, you're going to delay your projects. And when you delay your projects, it's more expensive for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leung, for your insightful remark on that. I think they noticed what actually your recommendation, I think they heard loudly, and we'll take that. And the next, may I invite Romil?
Yeah. Thank you, Professor. I think I just have two major points. Number one, activation of subnational governments and subnational actors, whether they're state or non-state actors like private sector, academe, just like what was mentioned by Professor here, that we should, that academe should help our government to come up with a number of evidence-based research so that they can have, they can debate properly and advocate for cleaner and affordable energy. Number two, we need data science. At the end of the day, in order for us to have a more targeted, a more intentional local energy plans, we need data support. We need data evidence. We need evidence-based reports to ensure that we're doing the right thing based on science, not based on politics. So it's very important that we activate the subnational actors and we have data science to back them up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Romeo. The next, Prof.
Thank you, Prof.
Yes.
Allow me to conclude. I think we all would agree that technology moves so fast that it is a challenge for regulator and policymaker to catch up. And whoever that can go ahead of it will reap the most benefit. Again, at the beginning of this forum, I can't help but when our Honorable Chairman talk about AI, understandable, then suddenly he talk about quantum computing. When you talk about quantum computing, thanks to him, I got to stage. And if you can Google quantum computer IBM, and you notice that the lamppost on top of the ceiling is look exactly like quantum computer. It's exactly that shape. So I sit here, I can't help but like, oh, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quantum computer hanging on the wall, on the ceiling. So that's how fast, and again, allow me to shift away from AI now to quantum computing. I think the next disruptive technology will be quantum computing. As we speak right now, my information is 1 year old, more than 1 year old. I think China is the country that invested the most globally in quantum computing. I believe it is upward of 10 billion USD or even more. I may miss that figure, but I think it's about 10 billion and above, right? And as we speak at this moment, even their bank, which in this case I wouldn't mention the company for the bank, invest heavily in quantum computing. Why? As we transfer money, every transaction is encrypted. Okay, and no one can crack that because it takes supercomputer to crack that forever, millions of years. But if we have a major breakthrough in quantum computing, which we already had, right, that encryption will be gone just like that instantly. And again, as we are speaking, right, in this ASEAN region, I won't name the country, but you can Google, it's outside there. Again, this information is 1 year old. We already have a country in ASEAN that built quantum computing based satellites. It's either in the making now or it's already launched. That's how fast they progress. So again, if I may conclude, right, I think innovation, policymaker, regulatory, and industry all must be connected because it's not just about environment, it's also about economy as well. So everything must come together. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Prof. I think very insightful. I think that what I think Professor Chen Wong have mentioned about super computing, quantum computing, there, I think now is revolution, AI, semiconductors. I think this is so powerful. We cannot neglect because the way we work now, it changed, technology changed. Because of technology, AI and other, we have to work along those technologies. And the way we invest also have to in line with this AI development and other. We have to live with this kind of new generation. I think that's quite important for your that. I don't think we have much time, but to have more, a little interactive, let's take 1 or 2 questions. At the same time, and we please straight to the mic and introduce yourself and address your question, please. Okay, because of the time, I think we are almost perhaps.
If I may say.
Okay, Professor Sip.
I just want to comment on the AI. I forgot to say some word on AI. I think on energy sector, we going to embrace these demands of energy going to be, I mentioned the 3 times, the triple, but on top of that triple, increase, the demand of energy going to be exponential. If you count AI, just ACE, currently busy finalizing our outlook, the number 9 outlook. So we're going to publish ASEAN Energy Outlook by October next year in Manila. So we're going to take into consideration of the demands of data center on energy. Not only conventional energy, they also demand renewable energy as well as the source of water for their cooling. Dr. Han, if you allow me to just to reiterate the 3 quotes I want to, this is not my quotes, but I just want to say this in this August hall, Malaysian Parliament. Number 1, if you think what brought us here today on this climate change and issue of environmental impact due to the technology, the invention of the steam engine and so on, combustion and so on. So we need technology to take us out from this dilemma or predicaments. That's number 1. Number 2, the honorable parliamentarian come and go, but the law will stay forever. If not forever, the law will stay. So it's important to have a good law to address all this issue for future. And the last quote that I want to say is, this planets of Earth is not inherited to us. We actually borrow from our children. So we will return to them in the pristine condition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Razib. You're very inspiring. I think the last 3 takeaway. To be very, unless you want to have the last word, and then I will wrap up quickly. And Prof already delivered his last word. Maybe, Mr. Lim, you want to have to say your last word just quickly and then move on, and then I wrap up the session. Yes.
No, I just say that I'm very optimistic. A lot of, every time you read the media, everybody is always saying bad things about, the public is saying bad things about this, but that, but working with different countries in my ASEAN role, you realize that the ASEAN, the people in ASEAN Secretariat, the people in government, a lot of them have very good intentions. The civil service, they work really, really hard, right? And I think that's gives me a lot of optimism that we will transition well, right? But like I said, governments have to do their job on policy making. Private sector is always more agile. So private sector, governments all have to do their part, right, to make this happen. And the collaboration amongst ASEAN countries. Thank you.
I think it's very crucial for all countries in ASEAN, including ASEAN plus 2 or plus 3, to collaborate, to find some sort of a nexus where we can actually find the best solution for each of the country, not as an ASEAN as a whole, but a more tailored fit solution for each of the member countries of ASEAN to transition to clean, affordable, secure, and reliable energy, be it on the pace of the Philippines, be it on the pace of Malaysia, Indonesia. There's no one size fits all solution when it comes to energy, because energy is such a very complex issue. But if we work as one ASEAN, I believe that we can transition in our own pace. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe I've concluded my last word, but nevertheless, allow me to say, I think we are heading towards a very exciting future. Our younger generation, they are very excited with all the AI and possibility. So if I may end saying that, ASEAN, let us embrace the future together. Thank you.
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for staying for the last panel. I think I should not wrap up at all, but to say that the whole today discussion very exciting. The word of emerging technology, energy transition, it kindly put in word is about how we're going to transform our system, where the system involves regulators, policymakers, investors, financing, technologies. I think all of this have to work hand in hand to ensure that we are become more efficient, to make sure that this energy transition will not leave anyone behind, and everyone will benefit along the way, including investment. The action we take now will benefit our future. The cost of inaction will far exceed. And then we know that we need to act now and work together. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellency, allow me to thank all the experts and panelists, and join me to congratulate them and give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thanks to our panelists and moderator for the insightful sharing. Please remain on stage. I would like to invite Honorable Wong Cheng to be on stage to present tokens of appreciation to our panelists. May I call upon Dato Engineer and Technologist Razib Dawood. Mr. Lim Chen Yuan. Mr. Romel Hernandez. Mr. Julian Tan. And our moderator, Dr. Han Po Ming. Let's take a group photo before the cameraman. Thank you, Your Honorable and our esteemed panelists. May I respectfully invite you all be back to the seats. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the closing session of today's forum. May I have the honor to invite Honorable Wong Cheng, the Chairperson of the Select Committee on International Relations and Trade of the Parliament of Malaysia, to give the closing remarks. Your Excellency, Honorable, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My dear friend, Her Excellency Siti Yanti. Tomorrow I'm going to drag her at 7:30 in the morning to play pickleball in Parliament. Okay? It's been a very long, but I would like to say fruitful day. Yeah? Yesterday I was here for another 8 hours for a Myanmar conference. But today yesterday I had to do two things. But today it looks like I had to do 4. I had to moderate the panel in the start, and then I had to give a TED Talk style, and then the panelists, and finally now I'm here to deliver the closing remarks on behalf of Parliament Malaysia. Firstly, I would like to thank everyone who's here for making this work, making this tripartite forum a success, particularly the IPA team, Honorable Siti's team that came and worked on all this, and the Parliament team. Yeah, everybody's here. Nuro's here. They did a lot of work on a Saturday, so thank you so much. And also my own team, my officers, Ivan and everybody there worked very hard too on this thing. I like to think that we've done something to help, ensure that ASEAN cooperation and spirited commitment continue via this forum. The idea of organizing this forum was conceived while we were having nasi lemak in Burung Hantu. Okay? For those who are not Malaysian, go to Burung Hantu, try the nasi lemak there. So it's really quite strange to talk about this and then see it being materializing in this way. This second tripartite forum has given us, I would like to believe, a gust of regional cooperation that ASEAN really needs. Over the course of this forum, we have unpacked the many challenges ASEAN is facing, how to ensure renewable energy is affordable, firstly, reliable and sustainable. Through the discussion, we made it clear that there are three dimensions. All these three dimensions need not cancel one another. Yeah, we can try to achieve all three of them because we need these three elements to coexist in balance, guided by these long-term policies that we must pursue. The global energy landscape is rapidly evolving. Everybody knows. As global population and income rises, energy consumption, as Datuk Dawood pointed out, is going to rise also. This correlation reminds us that the access to affordable energy is not just an economic metric. It is also a measure of human progress itself. And that progress must be sustainable. Today's forum also highlighted the need for regional preparedness, specifically policy consideration and trade efficiency amongst ASEAN members, so that we can respond with greater internal integration and strengthen our interdependence within the region. But, I want to make a shout out to our Member of Parliament from Azerbaijan. Thank you so much for sharing out your views and experience too. By 2050, ASEAN will reach 1,177 million, basically 1.17 trillion tons of carbon emissions. We need a strong renewable transition to effectively reduce these emissions. All ASEAN members must come together for an energy transition anchored on fairness. We must ensure that despite the realities of less developed economies compared to, say, Singapore, no member state should be left behind. We must work together in terms of resources, technology, good governance, I think is a core issue, and fiscal space to even out the level playing field. This is not just a financing issue. It is a matter of policy coherence and investor confidence. We need transparent and predictable processes to gain confidence amongst investors. We, the parliamentarians gathered here, can insist and assist the investors through legislation and governance oversight by reducing uncertainty and holding government transparent and accountable for achieving these renewable targets. A unified regional carbon market will be very useful, and it could be our most important lever for climate finance in the region. As we have explored in today's forum, ASEAN's transition depends not only on capital but on technology and infrastructure readiness. Emerging solutions such as hydrogen, battery storage, smart grids, carbon capture and storage can redefine how we think about energy systems. For example, Malaysia has 4 million rooftops, 4 million houses. So in theory, we're capable of generating 34 gigawatt of solar power. However, we must go beyond technological potential. We must build the institutional and human capacity to deploy and maintain this system. We as parliamentarians have a critical role in supporting education, skills development. I'm really happy to see so many young people here, young students. And we have this critical role to do the education and skill development to a new level for research. I'm glad that there are, Professor Julian is here talking about how important is science and how important the young generation need to pick this up. My fellow parliamentarians, our discussion today have reminded us that parliaments can be an active role. This is why we have IPA, right? Not just to debate and, we have to actively engage. Because IPA members, and I spoke to Her Excellency Siti this morning, IPA members are future ministers of the ASEAN government. So through our networking, my friend from Laos, my friend from Cambodia, this kind of events useful for us to create that network now, so that one day if we do get into power, we can drive the government to do the right policy. So lastly, but not least, to the current Secretary General of IPA, Her Excellency Siti Yanti, my heartiest congratulations to you and your team. You have left an indelible mark on IPA during your tenure. As we prepare to welcome the new SecGen, I truly hope that the work that you have done during your time with IPA will continue to evolve, moving from the first meeting about energy dependence to now energy resilience. My wish is for all parliamentarians and IPA to continue this good collaboration in the spirit of our shared future in ASEAN. Thank you very much. Terima kasih kepada semua. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honorable. As we come to the end of today's program, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend our deepest appreciation to all distinguished guests, speakers, and participants for your time and contributions. We wish everyone a pleasant evening and a safe journey home. Salam hormat, and thank you.
Rise and bright from every sea, a vision shared to build a world where all of us are heard. From halls of the power to fields we sow, together we try.